Muhammad Herindra, MA, MSc.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning all, distinguished audience. I should deliver my speech in Bahasa, but I don't think is there any devices that can translate my speeches? You have? Okay, thank you very much. Potensi konflik, terutama di Laut Natuna Utara. Kebijakan pertahanan kita memprioritaskan memobilisasi sumber daya militer dan non-militer. Pendekatan komprehensif ini bertujuan untuk menciptakan sistem pertahanan yang tangguh, yang mampu menghalau ancaman sambil menekankan solusi diplomatik. Kami percaya pada kekuatan langkah-langkah membangun kepercayaan atau confidence building measures untuk menumbuhkan kepercayaan dan mencegah konflik supaya tidak meningkat eskalasinya. Namun, jika diplomasi tidak cukup, komitmen kita untuk meningkatkan kemampuan pertahanan tetap tegas. Pendekatan ganda, baik secara diplomatik maupun militer ini mencerminkan pemahaman kita bahwa keamanan nasional tidak hanya bergantung pada kekuatan militer, tetapi juga pada pemahaman diplomatik dan penguatan persatuan nasional. Pak Menhan selalu mengatakan bahwa kita selalu mengutamakan friendly neighbor policy. Jadi kita berupaya baik dengan tetangga kita agar stabilitas keamanan kita terjaga. Menyelesaikan masalah di Laut Cina Selatan secara damai sangatlah penting untuk menjaga stabilitas regional dan mendukung perkembangan ekonomi di Asia Tenggara. Bagi Indonesia, Laut Natuna tidak hanya memiliki makna teritorial, tetapi juga ekonomi, terutama dalam eksplorasi minyak dan gas. Kita mengetahui bahwa di Laut Natuna banyak sekali potensi sumber daya alam. Tetapi sekali lagi kita tidak ingin mengeksploitasi sumber daya tersebut kalau nantinya akan mengakibatkan sebuah konflik. Kita menjaga agar wilayah Laut Natuna Utara tetap dalam keadaan yang stabil dan damai. Oleh karena itu, upaya diplomatik Indonesia baik dalam ASEAN maupun secara global menekankan penyelesaian damai sambil menjaga kesiapan pertahanan. Tujuan dari strategi ini adalah mempromosikan kawasan maritim damai dengan menjunjung tinggi hukum internasional dan mendorong kerjasama maritim sehingga kawasan ini menjadi pusat pertumbuhan bukan pusat konflik. Indonesia bersama ASEAN memainkan peran penting dalam meningkatkan keamanan maritim dan ekonomi biru. Dalam Jakarta Geopolitical Forum ke-8 ini, saya mendorong semua peserta untuk berpartisipasi aktif dan memberikan pandangan masing-masing. Forum ini merupakan kesempatan untuk merumuskan strategi yang dapat diimplementasikan guna meningkatkan kemampuan pertahanan nasional kita dan berkontribusi pada stabilitas kawasan. Kita harus bersama-sama menghadapi tantangan ketahanan geomaritim termasuk modernisasi militer, peningkatan pelatihan, serta pengembangan doktrin pertahanan yang kuat dan strategi diplomatik. Sebagai penutup, saya sampaikan harapan terbaik untuk forum ini agar sangat produktif dan sukses. Saya yakin bahwa diskusi dan ide-ide yang dihasilkan di sini akan berdampak jangka panjang pada upaya kita bersama untuk menjaga kawasan Indo-Pasifik dan melindungi kepentingan nasional. Saya pikir itu yang dapat saya sampaikan. Sekali lagi saya ucapkan selamat atas terselenggaranya forum ini. Mudah-mudahan forum ini dapat memberikan ide-ide yang konstruktif untuk perdamaian di kawasan. Terima kasih. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much Lieutenant General Muhammad Rahindra for the speech. To Bapak Vice Minister, please kindly remain on stage. To receive the token of appreciation, I would like to invite the Interim Governor of National Resilience Institute, Lemhanas, Bapak Eko Mardiono to deliver token of appreciation to Vice Minister of Defense. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And next, I would like to invite to come on stage. Bapak, mohon tetap berada di panggung, Pak. Kita foto session sebentar ya, Pak ya. Betul. Terima kasih. I would like to invite Deputy for Strategic Studies of Lemhanas, Deputy 1 of Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment, Chief of VIII JGF 2024, moderator and all the speakers of this third plenary session, kepada Bapak Ibu yang telah saya sebutkan, moderator and all the speakers to join us on stage to have this photo session. We'll begin the group photo session. Everyone's ready? In my count, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time. 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on stage. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You may now return to your seat, but to all the speakers in this third plenary session and also the moderator of the third plenary session, please kindly remain on stage. As we are going to begin the next sessions of Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Vice Minister of Defense of Republic of Indonesia will leave the event venue due to another agenda. Thank you so much to Bapak Vice Minister for gracing us with your presence. And now, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to our next agenda. We are entering the plenary session, the third. We are going to discuss about maritime security and challenges in the region. To lead this upcoming session, it is my honor to introduce our moderator for this third plenary session, Bapak Edi Prasetyono, SOS MIS PhD. To Bapak Edi Prasetyono, please kindly join us on stage. Bapak Edi Prasetyono is completed his PhD in Security Studies at Birmingham University, UK. And currently, he is an Executive Director of ASEAN Studies Center in University of Indonesia. Bapak Edi sudah siap, Pak? Okay, the stage is yours.
Excellency, Acting Governors of Lemhanas, and also the Excellency Vice Minister of Defense, Excellency Ambassador, distinguished speakers, participants. Now we are entering the third sessions of the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum, and I think we are going to discuss very important topics, which is maritime security and challenges in the region. And I think we are going to have, distinguished speakers, from 3 different countries, from India, from Russia, and also from Indonesia. I would like to invite all of the speakers to the stage. Please come to the stage. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, because I think the topic is very important, because if you look at in the past few years, there has been a lot of initiative and also discussion about the maritime security and challenges in the regions. India, for example, has been very active and now approaching the so-called Indo-Pacific, and of course, Russia, also, just issued, so-called naval doctrine in 2022, and we are going to discuss, how Russia, how the doctrine, will impact, on Indo-Pacific, and of course, Indonesia as well. We have 3 speakers here. The first one is, of course, the Excellency Indian Ambassador, Mr. Sandeep Chakraborty, and I think we will have a specific issue to discuss, or you would like to present here. India maritime strategy and interest in Indo-Pacific, and of course, the specific question that we are going to address here is how does India view growing geopolitical importance of Indo-Pacific? Because there has been a debate, that India now is becoming more active, in the Pacific, and of course, the original idea itself. I still remember, when Prime Minister Modi, discussed with or met Prime Minister Japan back in 2007. So that will be, very interesting question for you. The second question is Admiral Vladimir Vorobev, and he is Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Russian Navy. I think it's also, very interesting because Russia actually just launched or issued, the so-called maritime doctrine in 2022. And I think, there are 5 pillars, if I'm not mistaken, about maritime transport, how to protect the maritime resources, and of course, the development of the Russian Navy as well. So how it's going to impact, on Indo-Pacific. The third speaker is Vice Admiral Erwin S. Aldi Dharma, and he is the Indonesian Navy Deputy Chief of Staff, who would like to talk, about Indonesia Global Maritime Fulcrum and its perspective on good order, at sea. There has been a discussion over the past 10 years, during Pak Jokowi terms, about the so-called Global Maritime Fulcrum, and how it's going to be, to develop, and how it's going to lead, actually, this doctrine or Global Maritime Fulcrum, in the future, and how it's going to impact, on the so-called global, order at sea. So the first opportunity, I would like to invite Excellency Ambassador Sandeep Chakraborty, and time allocated is only 20 minutes, Excellency, so please be on time. The floor is yours.
Use the clicker for your slide. Next.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning to you. Thank you, Pa Eddie, my co-panelist, Admiral Vorobev and Admiral Erwin Alderama, Yang Hormat, Lieutenant General Eko Margiono, Bapak Dan Ibu, ambassadors, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Academia, think tanks, ladies and gentlemen. I begin by saying that there can be no concept of Indo-Pacific without India and Indonesia. So I think that should be very clear to all of you when we are deliberating about the Indo-Pacific. I want to thank the opportunity for being here to the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum organized by Lemhanas and Kemeng Kumarvis, which has over the years evolved into a cornerstone of strategic discourse, growing both in its influence and relevance. It is indeed a privilege to address this distinguished gathering on India's perspectives in the Indo-Pacific. This issue is at the very core of contemporary geopolitics, as the Indo-Pacific is poised not only to redefine the fate and fortunes of its literal nations, but also the potential to reshape the complete international order. It is widely accepted that the contemporary global order is in a flux, undergoing rapid and drastic changes. The Indo-Pacific in particular is increasingly characterized by the turbulent tides of competition, contestation, and conflict coexisting with cooperation, collaboration, and convergence. Yesterday, we had a masterly presentation by the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I think he brought it out very, very clearly, the whole scenario in the Indo-Pacific, particularly with reference to the South China Sea. Looking west, we see the specter of unending conflict in Europe that is well into its third year now. This conflict has reinforced the ubiquity of conventional warfare, broken the myth of short and swift conflicts, as well as exemplified the global impact of such events in an increasingly interconnected and interdependent world. Another conflict is unfolding in West Asia, potentially destabilizing the wider region with attendant threats to maritime commerce and traffic. This conflict has highlighted the strategic alignment of asymmetric forces against nation states, usage of maritime domain as a leverage to influence events ashore, as well as the availability and employment of low-cost, lethal, unmanned, and kinetic technologies to create disproportionate impact. To the east, we are also witnessing challenges to the rules-based order, undermining the sovereignty and independence of smaller nations. The recent spate of belligerent actions in the South China Sea have amply demonstrated the risks involved. Such actions, coupled with wolf warrior diplomacy, lawfare, and dual-purpose development agendas, are causing anxieties. The great powers rivalry in the Indo-Pacific has added another dimension that is slated to get even more intense in the coming decades. To the south and east of India, the Indian Ocean region fortunately remains largely peaceful due to our collective and collaborative efforts with our friends and partners such as Indonesia. The oceans and seas should be the pathways of peace and prosperity for all. For us, the Indian Ocean historically held a central position by supporting trade and sustaining livelihoods, offering connectivity and resources. Indeed, Indian sailors and merchants roamed over much of what is known as the Indo-Pacific and contributed to the cultural linkages such as those that bond India and Indonesia together. It is in this wider Indo-Pacific region and its safety and security which holds critical significance for all of us. And to ensure this is one of our greatest collective responsibilities. We see growing global stakes and interest in the waters of the Indo-Pacific region. In our interconnected world, these waters hold the key to stability and prosperity. We will all prosper when the seas will be safe, secure, and free for all. Our concerns today extend to gray areas of various kinds. Disruptive events are occurring with great frequency and deeper impact, forcing all of us to factor them into our calculus of resilience. There are also consequences of distance happenings, such as the fuel, food, and fertilizer crisis that many of us experienced. But we should be equally conscious that the normal can be manipulated, leading to unsustainable debt, opaque lending practices, unviable projects, injudicious choices. Indeed, such activities, when combined with the advancement of connectivity with strategic intent, have emerged as a concern for Indian Ocean states. In addition to these gradually emerging developments, there are also challenges which are structurally inherent in the current form of globalization. Over-concentration of manufacturing and technology are creating both supply-side risks as well as the possibility of leveraging. The experiences which the world underwent during COVID-19 pandemic has powerful lessons that we ignore only at our own peril. The need of the day is to disperse production across many geographies and build reliable and resilient supply chains. Parallelly, the digital era and emergence of artificial intelligence has put a premium on trust and transparency. Our very concept of security has undergone a metamorphosis in a volatile and uncertain existence. As a result, the nations of the Indian Ocean today need to reflect on whether they should pursue more collective self-reliance or remain vulnerable as in the past. Globally, piracy has taken a heavy toll on lives and trade. Illegal fishing depletes our precious marine resources, and oil spills damage the marine environment for years. Instability and turmoil in coastal states can have a profound impact on security on the seas. The recent frequent armed attacks against merchant vessels by the use of drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles have caused grave concern for all of us. Apart from the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, such attacks have also occurred in the Indian Ocean region close to the Indian EEZ as well. Terror has often visited us from the sea, and we can never forget the seaborne attacks on Mumbai. The significance of ensuring maritime security and enhancing cooperation between countries thus cannot be overemphasized. We must work together to maintain the seas and oceans as free, open, and inclusive spaces, and to ensure secure sea lanes of communication based on the UN Convention of the Law of Seas. Any disregard for arduously negotiated regimes like UNCLOS is naturally disturbing. India's vision for the region. This year we mark a decade of India's Act East policy, a policy enunciated by Prime Minister Modi right after he took office for the first time. ASEAN is a crucial pillar of this policy and of our vision for the wider Indo-Pacific. India is a firm supporter of ASEAN unity, ASEAN centrality, and the ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific, which is also the framework for India to engage with like-minded nations in the region, emphasizing a common rules-based order, free, open, and inclusive region, freedom of navigation, connectivity, unimpeded commerce, and peaceful settlement of disputes, and ensuring a region of cooperation over power competition. When it comes to solutions, let us note that the Indian Ocean has a set of mechanisms that have evolved, each at their own pace. They include the Indian Ocean Rim Association, the Indian Ocean Commission, the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, the Goa Maritime Conclave, and the Colombo Security Conclave. Because the challenges and responsibilities are so complex and multidimensional, it is incumbent on us to address them at various levels. While infusing more energy into the Indian Ocean-centric bodies, we also need to simultaneously work on the larger Indo-Pacific canvas and the narrower sub-regional ones. At the end of the day, they all reinforce each other. India as a maritime nation has always looked to the seas as a medium to foster conversations, build connectivity, and leverage convergences not only for tackling common challenges, but also to foster growth and prosperity. Reflecting this sentiment, Prime Minister termed oceans as a shared common heritage and the key to our future. As to India's approach, Sagar, or security and growth for all, was articulated by Prime Minister Modi in 2015. The concept of Sagar focuses on cooperative measures for sustainable use of the oceans and provides a framework for a safe, secure, and stable maritime domain in the region. Sagar has 5 principles, namely Samman, which is respect, Samvad, which is dialogue, Sahyog, which is cooperation, Shanti, which is peace, and Samriti, which is prosperity. These principles provide a framework for India to engage with like-minded nations in the region. As you can clearly see, there are no lines and dashes in our Sagar approach. At the 14th East Asia Summit in 2019, we announced the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, I think other speakers have alluded to in yesterday's conversations, as a practical implementation of a shared vision for the Indo-Pacific. IPOI shares convergences with the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Taking this forward, the joint statement on cooperation on ASEAN outlook of Indo-Pacific for peace, stability, and prosperity in the region was issued on the occasion of our summit in 2021. India supports ASEAN's continued efforts at mainstreaming the AOIP and has been focusing towards implementation of the joint statement. Internally, India has taken a number of measures to strengthen maritime security. Broadly, these measures include capacity augmentation of maritime security agencies for surveillance and patrolling of the nation's maritime zones, enhanced technical surveillance of coastal and offshore areas, establishment of mechanisms for interagency coordination, increased regulation of activities in the maritime zone, and also integration of the fishing and coastal communities. Indian naval ships and aircraft are regularly deployed on mission-based deployments to enhance maritime security. The Indian Navy has had ships on extended deployment to counter regional threats and protect the sea lanes of communication. Our ships and aircraft have rendered assistance such as firefighting, medical aid, and rescue of crew and survivors, and interdiction of hostile vessels. We successfully assisted in many cases, including MV Camp Pluto, MV True Confidence, and MV Andromeda Star. Maritime security in the Western and Southern Indian Ocean, with constant mission-based deployment of Indian Navy, has seen remarkable improvement, and the SLOCs in these areas are optimally utilized by bona fide seafarers. Thus, as a littoral of the Malacca Strait, India wants to contribute to the Malacca Strait's patrol with surface and air assets. By synergizing our assets, we can all effectively and efficiently provide safety and security in such constricted waters. The Information Fusion Center, Indian Ocean Region, IFC-IOR, has provided a useful platform for developing maritime domain awareness and has been sharing information with partner countries. Many of you are familiar with the IFC-IOR and are also active partners. We invite other nations, including Indonesia, to join the IFC-IOR. Significant cooperation in maritime security is also being undertaken under various regional mechanisms, such as the 60-country contact group on piracy of the coast of Somalia, the Regional Cooperation Agreement on Combating Piracy and Armed Robbery Against Ships, RECAP, and under the Djibouti Code of Conduct with the Jeddah Amendment, where India is playing an important role. It is important to underline that in the last decade, India has been very open and engaging in its outlook. As a result, since 2014, India has joined or initiated 36 plurilateral groups in various domains, including with Indonesia. Many of them have a direct relevance to the future of the Indian Ocean. Others have a domain relevance that contribute to the well-being and security of the maritime spaces and its littoral territories. They are global endeavors which naturally have a regional implication as well. Now I'll come to a very important organization which links many of us in the Indo-Pacific, which is the Indian Ocean Rim Association, fostering cooperation and sustainable development. It contributes to enhancing regional security by addressing maritime safety, piracy, and environmental sustainability. Apart from being the highest contributor to the IORA Special Fund, we have encouraged formulation of IORA's outlook on the Indo-Pacific and restructuring of the chair of Indian Ocean Studies. With focus on capacity building, the Indian Navy conducts training and exercises to counter IUU fishing and piracy. In fact, the 3-day Goa Maritime Symposium and the second IORA seminar on IUU fishing just concluded yesterday at Goa, India, where 17 friendly countries, including Indonesia, had participated and shared their perspectives on maritime aspects. As current Vice Chair and the upcoming Chair for 2025 to 27, our focus is on structural and institutional strengthening of the IORA in order to realize its full potential. As I previously mentioned, the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative is an open, non-treaty-based global initiative that seeks to manage, conserve, sustain, and secure the maritime domain. IPOI focuses on 7 deeply interconnected pillars with multinational cooperation and partnerships in realizing these thrust areas. Australia leads on maritime ecology, the UK on maritime security, and there is co-leadership of France and Indonesia on the maritime resources pillars, which have helped make a beginning. Over the past year, Italy has joined Singapore in leading the science and technology pillar, while Germany took the helm in capacity building and resource sharing. The US, in partnership with Japan, now leads the trade, connectivity, and maritime transport pillar, and India is leading the disaster reduction and management pillar. These have added to the realization of the IPOI. Progress on IPOI reflect a strengthening bond among nations that share a common desire to sustain the two oceans through practical, project-based cooperation. Looking forward, the IPOI plans to launch new projects and initiatives while establishing greater synergy with IORA. Let me also flag the growth of BIMSTEC, an important regional forum covering the Bay of Bengal. For India, it is a convergence of a neighborhood-first policy or Actist outlook and the Indian Ocean interests. India is the lead country for the security pillar of BIMSTEC, which covers counter-terrorism and transnational crime, disaster management, and energy security. We host the BIMSTEC Center for Weather and Climate near Delhi, and efforts are underway to set up the BIMSTEC Energy Center near Bangalore. Infusing more resources and energy into this grouping will certainly give it a greater role in the times ahead. Recently, BIMSTEC amended its charter to allow new members. Indonesia is a Bay of Bengal littoral. We would welcome Indonesia being part of BIMSTEC as well. A notable development for the region has been the emergence and the consolidation of the Quad grouping. Its upgradation to summit level is a message in itself. We recently had the Quad summit in Wilmington, Delaware. It will be interesting to peruse the Wilmington Declaration, which mentions several new initiatives in maritime security and safety, HADR, environment protection, connectivity, strategic technologies, supply chain resilience, health, education, and cybersecurity, amongst others. The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework and the Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness are larger endeavors that have emerged from the deliberations of the Quad. The Quad is today a forum for global good that is particularly active in regard to global commons. Its deepening is in the interest of not only of its members, but of the larger region which draws benefit from its activities. It is important to underline that the Quad supports the larger architecture in this part of the world that has been painstakingly built up over so many years by the ASEAN process. Those who suggest that Quad questions the ASEAN centrality are playing their own. I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, by stating that India places the highest value to the Indo-Pacific and has several maritime interests in the region as it inhabits this region. India walks the talk on UNCLOS, as is evident from its acceptance of the ITLOS verdicts on maritime boundaries with Bangladesh and Myanmar. We are for a rules-based order and are willing to work with partners for ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific. Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you very much for excellent presentations, Excellency Ambassador. And I think the Excellency Ambassador has, highlighted, the rationale, for the engagement, India engagement in the Pacific, based on certain principles and a lot of initiatives, and to contribute, to the security and prosperity of the region. So now let's move on to the second speaker. His Excellency, let me check here. Sorry, Admiral Vladimir Vorobev. And again, he is a Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Russian Navy. I think specific question need to be addressed is what are the Russian position and perspective on maintaining good order at sea, and of course, based on the new doctrine that already, issued by Russia recently or 2 years ago. So time is yours, Excellency.
Selamat pagi. Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu yang terhormat. Pertama-tama saya mau mengucapkan terima kasih atas undangan ke forum penting ini sebagai speaker. Ini format besar bagi saya. Maaf, tapi nanti saya akan menggunakan bahasa Rusia. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organization for the invitation to this important forum as a speaker. It is an honor for me. My apologies, the rest of my presentation I will deliver in Russian. В июле 2022 года была принята новая морская доктрина Российской Федерации. Эта доктрина была подготовлена в соответствии с решением президента Российской Федерации как глобальная переработка морской доктрины, принятой в 2015 году. Целью ее разработки явилось приведение структуры доктрины и ее содержания в соответствии с изменениями геополитической и военно-стратегической обстановки в мире, а основанием принятые концептуальные, нормативно-правовые и иные документы в области национальной морской политики и морской деятельности Российской Федерации. Морская доктрина в Российской Федерации традиционно разрабатывается Главным командованием военно-морского флота.
New Russian Maritime Doctrine was adopted in July 2022. This new doctrine was prepared by the decision of the President of the Russian Federation and is a deeply reconsidered maritime doctrine which had been adopted in 2015. The goal of the development of the new maritime doctrine was to bring its structure and content in line with changes in geopolitical and military strategic environment in the world. New doctrine is based on normative legal acts, conceptual and other documents related to the national maritime policy and Russian maritime activity. I would like to note that in the Russian Federation, it is Navy that is traditionally entrusted with preparation of maritime doctrine.
В соответствии с действующими нормативно-правовыми актами, морская доктрина является документом, в котором отражена совокупность официальных взглядов на национальную морскую политику и морскую деятельность Российской Федерации. В ней определены и нормативно закреплены основные понятия в области морской деятельности государства, такие как вызовы и угрозы национальной безопасности, национальная морская политика, национальные интересы и морской потенциал.
According to the current legal documents, the maritime doctrine reflects a set of officials' views on the national maritime policy and maritime activity of the Russian Federation. It defines and establishes the basic concepts in the field of state maritime activity, such as challenges and threats to national security, national maritime policy, national interests, and maritime capability.
Учитывая общие требования к документам стратегического планирования, морская доктрина отражает специфику национальной политики в сфере использования Мирового океана, что также повлияло на ее структуру и содержание.
Considering general requirements to the strategic planning documents, maritime doctrine describes national policy in the world ocean domain, which influenced its structure and content.
Национальная морская политика в соответствии с морской доктриной реализуется по функциональным и региональным направлениям. Под функциональными направлениями понимаются области морской деятельности в соответствии с предназначением ее субъектов по изучению, освоению и использованию пространств и ресурсов Мирового океана.
According to the maritime doctrine, the national maritime policy is implemented by function areas and regional directions. Functional areas are defined as areas of maritime activity on study, development, and utilization of the world ocean spaces and resources.
Функциональными направлениями национальной морской политики в соответствии с морской доктриной являются развитие морского транспорта, морские научные исследования, освоение и сохранение ресурсов Мирового океана, военно-морская деятельность, развитие морских трубопроводных систем. Кратко остановлюсь на их характеристиках.
Based on the maritime doctrine, functional areas of the national maritime policy are the following: maritime transport development, maritime scientific research, ocean resources development and conservation, naval activity, offshore pipeline systems development. And I would like to briefly review these characteristics.
В части, касающейся развития морского транспорта, основные усилия должны быть направлены на создание благоприятной организационно-правовой и экономической среды, способствующей расширению возможностей и повышению конкурентоспособности, а также на существенное развитие прибрежной портовой инфраструктуры, которая должна обеспечить экономическую независимость и национальную безопасность Российской Федерации.
As for the maritime transport development, main effort should be aimed at creating a favorable legal and economic environment which would expand opportunities and boost competitiveness. Additionally, attention should be paid to coastal and port infrastructure development, which would provide economic independence and ensure the national security of Russia.
Освоение ресурсов Мирового океана является необходимым и обязательным условием расширения сырьевой базы Российской Федерации, обеспечения ее экономической и продовольственной безопасности. Данное направление включает в себя развитие морского рыболовства и рыбоводства, а также освоение морских минеральных и энергетических ресурсов.
World ocean resources development is essential for expanding Russian resource base and ensuring its economic and food security. This area includes sea fishery development, fish farming development, as well as development of marine mineral and energy resources.
Эффективное функционирование и развитие морских трубопроводных систем по транспортировке углеводородного сырья, в том числе добытого на континентальном шельфе Российской Федерации, имеет стратегическое значение для обеспечения внутреннего потребления и развития внешнеэкономической деятельности Российской Федерации.
Efficient operation and development of offshore pipelines for hydrocarbon transportation, including hydrocarbons extracted on the Russian continental shelf, are strategically important to supply domestic market and develop Russian external economic activity.
Морские научные исследования направлены на получение системных знаний о Мировом океане, его биологической продуктивности, минеральных ресурсах и возможности их использования, а также природных и техногенных процессах, происходящих на его дне, в недрах, водной толще, на поверхности и атмосфере над ним, а также на антропогенных объектах в Мировом океане, в интересах устойчивого развития и национальной безопасности Российской Федерации, снижения возможного ущерба от морских природных и техногенных катастроф.
Maritime scientific research process is aimed at obtaining systematic knowledge about the world ocean, its biological productivity, mineral resources, and possibility of their utilization, about natural and industrial processes occurring on the seabed, in the subsoil, water mass, on the surface, in the atmosphere above it, on anthropogenic objects in the world ocean. It is being done to provide sustainable development and ensure national security of the Russian Federation, reduce damage from natural and man-made disasters at sea.
Особое место в системе функциональных направлений национальной морской политики занимает военно-морская деятельность, которая представляет собой деятельность государства по предотвращению агрессии против Российской Федерации, реализации и защите ее национальных интересов в Мировом океане. Военно-морская деятельность осуществляется в соответствии с основами государственной политики Российской Федерации в области военно-морской деятельности, утверждаемыми президентом Российской Федерации.
Naval activity takes a special place among national maritime policy functional directions. Naval activity is activity of the state aimed at preventing any aggression towards Russian Federation, implementing and protecting its national interests in the world ocean. Naval activity is conducted in accordance with basics of the Russian state policy, which is to be approved by the Russian president.
С учетом особенностей наиболее значимых для Российской Федерации территорий и акваторий в морской доктрине определены региональные направления национальной морской политики, которые представляют собой области морской деятельности, связанные с особенностями отдельных регионов Российской Федерации и мира, определенных общими физико-географическими, экономико-географическими, политико-географическими или военно-географическими характеристиками, значимыми для Российской Федерации территорий и акваторий.
Taking into account the specifics of the territories and water areas that are most significant for the Russian Federation, maritime doctrine defines regional directions of the national maritime policy. Regional directions are the certain Russian or world regions that share common physiographic, economic geographical, political geographical, or military geographical characteristics which are significant for the Russian Federation in terms of maritime activity.
Приоритетами национальной морской политики на Тихоокеанском и Индоокеанском региональных направлениях являются развитие стратегического партнерства в военно-морском сотрудничестве с государствами региона, проведение целенаправленного курса на превращение региона в зону мира и стабильности, развитие отношений с государствами региона, направленными на развитие торгово-экономических, военно-технических и культурных связей, развитие туризма, расширение российского судоходства в регионе, поддержание военно-морского присутствия России на постоянной основе, участие в обеспечении безопасности функционирования морских транспортных коммуникаций в регионе, включая борьбу с пиратством, развитие взаимовыгодного сотрудничества с региональной организацией Ассоциация государств Юго-Восточной Азии и использование площадки Азиатско-Тихоокеанское экономическое сотрудничество, проведение морских научных исследований в интересах сохранения и закрепления позиций Российской Федерации в регионе.
National maritime policy priorities at Pacific and Indo-Ocean regional directions are the following: to develop strategic partnership and naval cooperation with regional countries, to help the region to be peaceful and stable, develop relations with regional states in economic, military, technical, and cultural spheres, develop tourism, and expand Russian navigation in the region, to keep Russian Navy constantly presented in the region, to take part in ensuring security of maritime transport routes in the region, including fighting piracy, to develop a win-win cooperation with Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and work productively on the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Platform, to conduct marine scientific research in order to maintain and consolidate the Russian presence in the region.
В морской доктрине уделено значительное внимание развитию систем всестороннего обеспечения морской деятельности, таких как судостроение, кадровое обеспечение, образование, обеспечение безопасности, защита и сохранение морской среды, информационное обеспечение, международно-правовое обеспечение, международная деятельность.
The maritime doctrine pays a lot of attention to the comprehensive support system for maritime activity. It includes shipbuilding, staffing, education and training, security, marine environment protection and preservation, informational provision, legal support, and more.
Национальная морская политика в сфере судостроения направлена на создание нового конкурентоспособного облика судостроительной промышленности на основе развития научно-технического и кадрового потенциала, производственных мощностей, ее модернизации и технического перевооружения, а также совершенствования нормативно-правовой базы для удовлетворения потребностей в современной продукции судостроительной отрасли.
Availability of the modern and political turbulence-proof shipbuilding industry is one of the key aspects for ensuring Russian national security and sustainable social and economic development. As for the shipbuilding, national maritime policy is aimed at creating new and competitive image of the industry, the one with modern technologies, well-trained staff, large manufacturing facilities. Effective legislation is key here as well.
Кадровое обеспечение, образование и воспитание в сфере морской деятельности направлено на подготовку, привлечение и сохранение квалифицированных кадров всех уровней, на поддержание профессиональных морских традиций и неравнодушного отношения граждан к морской истории страны.
Staffing, education, and training in the area of maritime activity are aimed at preparation, recruiting, and retaining qualified employees of all levels. Additionally, attention is paid to preservation maritime traditions, encouraging citizens' interest in maritime heritage of the country, creation of a positive image of the national maritime policy, and maritime activity.
При осуществлении морской деятельности предусматривается комплекс мер по обеспечению ее безопасности, связанных с особенностями водной среды и другими обстоятельствами природного и техногенного характера. Обеспечение безопасности морской деятельности включает в себя безопасность мореплавания, поисково-спасательное обеспечение, медико-санитарное обеспечение, обеспечение безопасности объектов морской инфраструктуры, борьбу с морским пиратством и терроризмом.
Maritime activity requires a system of measures of ensuring its security from various threats. Maritime activity security includes navigation security, search and rescue, medical support, maritime infrastructure security, fighting against piracy and maritime terrorism.
Главными отличительными признаками новой редакции морской доктрины является то, что все приоритетные направления национальной морской политики в основном нацелены на обеспечение независимости и самодостаточности Российской Федерации в сфере морской деятельности.
The main difference of the new edition of the doctrine is the fact that all of the priority areas and direction of national maritime policy are primarily aimed at ensuring sovereignty and self-sufficiency of Russia in the area of maritime activity.
При этом инновационными и наиболее важными положениями доктрины являются три новых раздела, направленные на обеспечение безопасности государства, и три новых подраздела, направленные на безопасность граждан Российской Федерации и реализацию норм международного права.
The most important and innovative provisions of the doctrine are the three sections concerning national security and three new subsections aimed at security of Russian citizens and implementation of international law norms.
В разделе «Национальные интересы, риски, вызовы и угрозы национальной безопасности» уточнены не только вызовы и угрозы, но и конкретизированы национальные интересы Российской Федерации в мировом океане. В доктрине впервые констатируется, что национальные интересы Российской Федерации, как великой морской державы, распространяются на весь мировой океан. Впервые районы обеспечения национальных интересов разделены на жизненно важные и важные.
In the section dedicated to national interests, risks, challenges and threats to the national security in the world ocean, not only the challenges and threats are described, but also Russian national interests in the world ocean are specified. For the first time, the doctrine states that the national interests of the Russian Federation as a great maritime power extend to the entire world ocean. It is also the first time that the areas and zones of Russian national interests in the world ocean are divided into vital, important, and others.
В новом подразделе доктрины «Борьба с пиратством» определены положения по развитию системы политических, правовых, социально-экономических и военных мер, позволяющих предупреждать, предотвращать и пресекать пиратские нападения на суда под государственным флагом Российской Федерации и других государств.
A new subsection of the doctrine, Fighting Against Piracy, determines provisions for the development of a system of political, legal, socio-economic, and military measures for preventing and suppressing pirate and terrorist attacks on ships navigating under the Russian flag, as well as under other countries' flags.
Новым подразделом доктрины является международно-правовое обеспечение морской деятельности и международное сотрудничество в сфере морской деятельности. Его важность определяется необходимостью всестороннего содействия продвижению национальных интересов Российской Федерации в мировом океане, усиления ее позиции и влияния в международных организациях, расширение взаимовыгодного международного сотрудничества в сфере морской деятельности. Одним из основополагающих элементов международно-правового обеспечения при этом является неукоснительное соблюдение положения Конвенции ООН по морскому праву 1982 года.
Legal support and international cooperation in the sphere of maritime activity has become the new subsection of the doctrine. Its importance is caused by the need in promoting Russian national interests in the world ocean, strengthening its positions and influence in international organization, expanding mutually beneficial cooperation in the maritime domain. And one of the fundamental elements for legal support is strict following the provisions of the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea.
Конвенция 1982 года, как известно, неофициально называется Конституцией морей и океанов, и это совершенно оправдано. Она, в частности, определяет правовое положение различных категорий морских пространств, устанавливает правовые основы мореплавания, определяет элементы правового статуса военного корабля, решает вопросы защиты и сохранения морской среды, регламентирует ряд других вопросов. Таким образом, неукоснительное соблюдение положений Конституции является залогом международной безопасности и эффективного сотрудничества государств. Именно поэтому в настоящее время конвенцию подписали более 160 стран.
1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea is unofficially called a Constitution for the Oceans, and it is perfectly justified. The convention in particular defines the legal status of different categories of maritime spaces, establishes the legal basis for navigation and other use of the world ocean in those maritime spaces that are under the partial jurisdiction of coastal states, such as exclusive economic zones, defines the elements of the warship legal status and, in particular, its authority in different categories of maritime spaces, address protection and preservation of the marine environment, regulates conducting of maritime research in the world ocean, provides states with legal mechanisms to delineate the lateral boundaries of the continental shelf and resolve emerging disputes before the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. Consequently, strict compliance with the provision of the Convention is a guarantee of international security and effective cooperation between countries. That is why more than 160 states have signed and ratified the Convention to date.
Однако ряд государств, включая Соединенные Штаты Америки, имеющих протяженную морскую границу, до настоящего времени не являются участниками конвенции ООН по морскому праву 1982 года и по-своему трактуют ее положение, зачастую руководствуясь некими так называемыми правилами, которые выгодны исключительно этим государствам и при этом не прекращают попытки навязывать свое видение, в том числе и странам, являющимся участниками конвенции.
However, a number of countries, including the United States of America, that have long maritime borders, are not parties to the 1982 Convention on the Law of the Sea and interpret its provision in their own way, often guided by some so-called rules that are beneficial only to these states, and at the same time they do keep trying to impose their own vision on other countries, including those that are parties to the convention.
Admiral, because of time constraint, could you please make it shorter?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm finished. Необходимо отметить вопросы обеспечения стабильности и безопасности в регионе. Говоря об этом, скажу, что в июне 2024 года президент России выдвинул инициативу формирования новой архитектуры евразийской безопасности, предполагающей продвижение справедливого многополярного мироустройства, урегулирование имеющихся на континенте противоречий силами самих евразийских государств, а также предотвращение конфликтов в будущем.
I would like to add that speaking of the resilience in the region, in June 2024, the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, proposed the initiative on shaping the new Eurasian security architecture. This initiative includes promotion of fair, multipolar world order, It supposes that contradictions on the continent should be resolved by efforts of the Eurasian countries themselves and aimed at preventing conflicts in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral, for your presentation. I think the last picture is very important. From his presentation, I think it's quite clear how the so-called new maritime doctrines of Russian Navy cover wide range of areas, and of course the objective is to protect and enhance the so-called maritime interests of Russia, and also to contribute to the international peace and security. So now let's move on to the third speaker, Vice Admiral Edwin S. Aldedarma, and he is the Indonesian Navy Deputy Chief of Staff, who would like to talk about Indonesia Global Maritime Fulcrum and its perspective, on good order at sea. But actually, we do have specific questions, Of course, the first one is, how does Indonesian Global Maritime Fulcrum policy impact regional maritime security? And of course, what is actually Indonesian position and perspective on maintaining good order at sea, in a more intricate and multifaceted maritime domain. And of course, it's very relevant, today, because everybody is now talking about what is the future roles, of Indonesia. As already mentioned by Excellency Ambassador, the two pillars of countries, in the region, Indonesia and India, must be, the champion or the pioneer of the maritime cooperation in the future in the region. So please, Pak, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished speakers and guests, Interim Governor of the Indonesian National Resilience Institutions, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound honor for me to stand before you all today at this esteemed, the 8th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024, to discuss a topic of immense significance, not only for Indonesia, but for the Indo-Pacific region. Indonesia's vision under the Global Maritime Fulcrum policy and our perspective on maintaining good order at sea within the increasingly complex Indo-Pacific maritime domain. Our discussions today will focus on geo-maritime resilience, an essential element for ensuring stability and security, not just for our nations, but for the entire global community. So let me start on current maritime situation in the Indo-Pacific. The Indo-Pacific continues to be a critical geopolitical and geoeconomic region, accounting for a significant portion of global trade and economic activity. However, with this prominence comes a complex array of challenges. The region faces multifaceted maritime issues, territorial disputes, and the growing presence of non-traditional threats such as piracy, illegal fishing, human trafficking, climate change, and environmental degradation. Furthermore, the rivalry between major powers makes the Indo-Pacific become a battleground for influence, with great powers competing for strategic dominance, as well as exacerbates these challenges complicating efforts to maintain peace and stability at sea, and posing risks to the rule-based international maritime order. Indonesia, situated at the heart of Indo-Pacific, holds a vital role in fostering security and stability in the region. As an archipelagic state, Indonesia, a natural maritime hub, controls strategic sea lanes that connect the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Indonesia's geographic and historical maritime legacy uniquely positions it to advocate for a rule-based order at sea, with the Global Maritime Fulcrum, or GMF, aiming to leverage its strategic location and enhance maritime capabilities for regional and global governance. Indonesia's Global Maritime Fulcrum policy the GMF policy was introduced by President Joko Widodo in 2014. It is the cornerstone of our national maritime strategy. The GMF underscores Indonesia's identity and role as a maritime nation, strategically positioned at the heart of the Indo-Pacific. The GMF policy focuses on 5 main pillars. The first, rebuilding Indonesia's maritime culture as a nation with a long history of maritime connectivity. Second, managing marine resources for sustainable development, balancing growth with environmental preservation. Third, developing maritime infrastructure and connectivity, ensuring better access across Indonesia's thousands of islands. The fourth, strengthening maritime defense to safeguard sovereignty and protect Indonesia's maritime borders. And the fifth, promoting maritime diplomacy, focusing on resolving maritime disputes peacefully and advancing regional stability. This GMF policy aims to enhance Indonesia's maritime security, economic prosperity, and regional leadership. It directly impacts the broader Indo-Pacific by promoting collaboration in maritime security. Through the GMF, Indonesia seeks to foster regional cooperation in tackling maritime security threats such as piracy, illegal fishing, and territorial disputes. Our commitment to ASEAN-led frameworks and multilateral initiatives, for example, the Regional Cooperation Agreement on Combating Piracy and Armed Robbery Against Ships, exemplifies our regional security leadership. The second promotion is the resilience against external threats. The Indo-Pacific faces emerging threats from geopolitical competition, non-state actors, and climate change. Indonesia, through the GMF, strengthens its naval capabilities and builds partnerships that enhance the resilience of the region's maritime environment. Our focus is not just on naval power, but also on blue economy initiatives that sustainably harness marine resources for economic growth. The GMF policy strengthens Indonesia's leadership role in regional maritime security frameworks, including ASEAN and the Indian Ocean Rim Associations, or IORA. Our efforts in promoting multilateral maritime exercises, such as Multilateral Naval Exercise Komodo, or MNEC, participating in confidence-building measures, for example, Western Pacific Naval Symposium and Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, and also contributing to coordinated patrols in critical sea lanes and border areas, have been instrumental in enhancing regional resilience. By working collaboratively collaboratively with neighboring countries, we have been able to enhance information sharing platforms, improve law enforcement capabilities, and develop joint mechanisms to address non-traditional maritime security threats. Indonesia maritime diplomacy has sought to build bridges, not walls, fostering an environment of shared responsibility for the Indo-Pacific's maritime domain. Indonesia's perspective on good order at sea is rooted in the belief that the maritime domain should be governed by law and order. Good order at sea requires respect for sovereign rights, the protection of sea lines of communication, and the prevention of disputes from escalating into conflict. Maintaining good order at sea is critical for peace, stability, and prosperity, especially in a region as diverse and contested as the Indo-Pacific. Indonesia's commitment to good order at sea is reflected in three key areas. Firstly, upholding international law. Indonesia firmly supports the rule of law at sea, particularly the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS. As a maritime nation, we believe that UNCLOS is the legal framework essential for governing all maritime activities. Our engagement with ASEAN and cooperation with regional partners such as India, Japan, Australia, and many others reinforce our position in safeguarding maritime rights, ensuring freedom of navigation and peaceful resolution of disputes. Indonesia firmly upholds the principle that freedom of navigation should be balanced with responsibility and cooperation. We advocate for peaceful dispute resolution mechanisms and urge national players to refrain from actions that could undermine stability. The Indo-Pacific should be a region of peace, not competition. Secondly, enhancing maritime governance. Good order at sea requires strong governance. Indonesia is enhancing its maritime governance through, firstly, stronger law enforcement capabilities. The Indonesian Navy Coast Guard and other national law maritime enforcement agencies coordinate to combat illegal activities, including illegal fishing, drug trafficking, and smuggling. Secondly, integration of maritime stakeholders. The GMF emphasizes a whole-of-government approach, engaging various stakeholders such as government agencies, maritime industries, and civil society in safeguarding our maritime domain. Thirdly, promoting maritime diplomacy and confidence-building measures. Indonesia sees diplomacy as a powerful tool for fostering good order at sea. Through forums like the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting at the the East Asia Summit, EAS, and the Indian Ocean Rim of Association, or IORA, we engage in confidence-building measures to reduce tensions and prevent conflicts in the region. Our advocacy for the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific aligns with our GMF goals by promoting inclusivity, transparency, and rules-based order across the maritime domain. Today's maritime domain is more complex and dynamic than ever, with traditional securities issues now compounded by emerging threats such as cyber attacks, hybrid warfare, and climate-induced challenges. However, these challenges also present opportunities for enhanced regional cooperation. A collaborative approach built on mutual trust, dialogue, and a shared commitment to international law, especially the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, is key to maintaining peace and stability in this vital region. Indonesia, again through the GMF, has committed to maritime diplomacy and multilateral cooperation as fundamental strategies to ensure peace and stability in the region. The Indonesian Navy has played a pivotal role in realizing the objectives of the Global Maritime Fulcrum. In recent years, we have modernized our naval fleet with advanced capabilities to patrol and secure our vast waters. We also increased joint exercises with neighboring navies to improve interoperability and readiness. We strengthened maritime surveillance systems, enabling better detection and response to illegal activities. Expanded our presence in key maritime choke points to ensure the safety of critical sea lanes. Additionally, Navy has worked closely with various national and international stakeholders to enhance maritime domain awareness and improve the rule of law at sea. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we face the future, I would like to offer several recommendations for discussions. First, we recommend to strengthen regional frameworks such as ASEAN and IORA to promote maritime security and sustainability. Second, enhance information sharing mechanisms and build capacity building initiatives to counter transnational threats at sea. Third, encourage multilateral naval cooperation and joint patrols to protect shared sea lines of communications. And last, promote sustainable blue economy initiatives that balance economic growth with environmental preservations. In conclusion, Indonesia is fully committed to the principles of the Global Maritime Fulcrum, which align with maintaining good order at sea. The interconnectedness of maritime security means that no nation can address these threats alone. The challenges we face today are complex, but they are not insurmountable. Through cooperation, diplomacy, and a shared vision for the future of our oceans, we can ensure a secure, stable, and prosperous Indo-Pacific for generations to come. Lastly, I'd like to quote what our Chief of Navy have emphasized on his remarks during the WPNS Forum in Qingdao, China, several months ago. He mentioned that in this Pacific region, we are united by the seas, strengthened by collaborations. Our cooperation will determine a secure and thriving region which will sustain our livelihood. Alone, we can swiftly prosper, but together, we will sustain longer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral, for very comprehensive presentations. He highlighted the importance of Indo-Pacific from the positive development and of course some potential for the rivalry and competition, and of course he also explained the 5 pillars of the global maritime fulcrums of Indonesia as presented by the President of the Republic of Indonesia. But I think the most important point that he also highlighted is how to maintain good order at sea. There are some requirements, for example, capacity building, international cooperation, and to establish the so-called good governance at sea, and so on and so forth. So now I would like to invite the floor for comments and questions. I, saw my colleagues there, and okay, 1, 2, and then 3, because, yeah, okay. So please identify your affiliation, your name and affiliation. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Ristian Atriandi Suprianto from the Center for International Relations, University of Indonesia. I would like to ask the question based on the statement from the last speaker. So my question is actually addressed to all of the speakers. Yeah? But the last speaker mentioned about regional seas have become battleground for competition and dominance. I think this statement also is also relevant when compared to the previous remarks by Vice Minister of Defense about the South China Sea. And my question is, some critics say that external powers, that is the non-coastal states of the South China Sea, are actually projecting power into the South China Sea. And this power projection can be counterproductive, despite it is necessary to uphold freedom of navigation and international law. So what do you think of these critics? Do you agree with these critics? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ristian. The second, comment or question, please. No, on the back, because I saw, But please pass the mic to the gentleman that raised, his hand, at the back.
Thank you for your chance to me to deliver my question. Let me introduce. My name is Seno. I am from Indonesian Coast Guard. I will deliver my question to Vice Admiral Erwin. My question is about your presentation about enhancing maritime government. I have read in Dr. Andi Wijayanto's article about national sea defense strategy, about dividing our sea strategy into some regions like combat regions, defense regions, communication regions, etc. In your opinion, is the strategy still relevant to the present condition of geopolitical country? And how about the interoperability between Indonesian Navy and Indonesian Coast Guard? According to the, maybe you have a newest strategy about how to defend our sea region due to new geopolitical condition and new geopolitical threats. Yeah. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. So please, sir. Yeah. The last and the third for the one.
Thank you. My name is Iswanto. Here, sir. Here. This. Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mas Edi. My name is Iswanto Rusdi. I am director of the National Maritime Institute of Namarin. I would like to ask to the Sandip Sirji, ambassador of India. If I'm not wrong, a couple of years ago, there is a ship connectivity between Sabang in Aceh province and Port Blair. How is it now? I think it is the first and then finish. You are talking a lot of India look is, or a more political, a more geostrategic. This is about a geo-economic, I think. And then my second question is to the Vice Admiral. Russia is proposing what we call in shipping industry is Arctic shipping routes. We here maybe do not know about this idea, but Arctic shipping route is the next game changer in maritime trade. It is I think it's a geopolitical issue. So how do you say about this? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so please now, it's yours. No. But please pass the microphone to the gentleman. Which one?
Thank you so much. Maciej Tumulec, Embassy of Poland, Charge d'Affaires. I have a question to the commander of Russian Federation. When I read the title of his speech, Russia 2022 Maritime Doctrine and its perspective on good order at sea. I must admit, when I first read the title of the Russian commander's speech, I thought it's a joke. Good order, really? Commander, good order? Does the Russian commander really intend to talk about good order at seas? Really let me remind you and the people in this room about your Black Sea fleet activities that took part in the invasion of the sovereign independent country, Ukraine, whose security was guaranteed by none other than Russia, a permanent member of the UN Security Council. It was from your ships that missiles were fired that hit civilian targets, causing the death of thousands of people, including women and children. It was from your ships that blocked the export of grain from Ukrainian ports, leading to famine in many countries in the world. These are exactly the best Russian practices at sea. Maybe it is a good time, Commander, for you to explain to people here in Indonesia that the blockade of Ukrainian ports on the Black Sea has caused an increase in food prices all over the world, including Indonesia, and led to a global food crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment and questions, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I would like to invite the speakers to respond, and especially, of course, the first question, from Ristian, Mr. Ristian, is about the sea as the battlegrounds, and especially, with regard to the new developments where the so-called non-coastal states, is also actually now, project their power, into the South China Sea and other part of the world. How do you see, this problem? So, anybody of you, gentlemen, would like to take the... Okay, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, Mr. Christian, for the questions. I would like to take this opportunity to respond your questions. Well, we can say that the Indonesian Navy as a main component of the national defense at sea. We always conduct our operation based on the national policy, based on the political will. And since our foreign policy, as mentioned earlier by the Vice Minister of Defense, is the non-aligned policy, so we tend to focus more on what we are dealing with in our national territorial waters. What we have experienced so far we just need to guarantee the presence of our warships or the other assets in the waters and always ready to act accordingly with the international law. We think that we don't need to be distracted with other great powers because international law already guarantee the freedom of navigation, and South China Sea, I think it's also implies that rules of law. So I think for our national territorial waters, we need to focus more on what we are dealing with within the areas. I think that's the response from me.
Yeah, actually there are two, I think there are two questions. How far is the so-called national sea defense strategy still relevant now?
I think that's from another, that's from Mr. Seno, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The second question.
The second questions to Mr. Seno. I think national strategy should be addressed to the Minister of Defense, since we are only the one of the component of the national defense. However, from the point of view of the Navy, the national strategy are still relevant. We are still try to adjust it in accordance with the current strategic environments and also considering the capability and the capacity of our government. So how far and how much they can provide us with all the systems and the weapons that we need. But since we are like, well, let's say we are the biggest archipelagic countries in the world, consists of like more than 17,000 islands. We need to disperse and to provide mutual defense capability within those islands. And so I think compartmentally divided all the sectors from defense, I think that's the best decisions that we can have nowadays. And we just need to support the policy, either from the Army, Navy, and the Air Force. We can work collaboratively together to uphold the policy and just work on it. And I hope that the time will come and we can prove that the strategy is will work, and that will be the best strategy that we have nowadays.
Thank you, Admiral. I hope that, Admiral already answered your questions. To Ambassador, would you like to answer some comment or questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. Regarding the question on outside powers in the South China Sea, I think what Admiral was mentioning, that you see there is no issue on with respect to territorial waters. I think the problem is territorialization of the international waters. I think that is what is the challenge. It is conversion of shoals into islands and militarization of the islands. I think that is the challenge. South China Sea is not China's sea. Similarly, the Indian Ocean is not Indonesia's or India's ocean. These are international waters, and I think when it is an international, then I think others have to stand up and say. I think that may answer your question. On the India's Lookist policy, in fact, in the last 10 years, the Lookist policy has become more dynamic, and it is now the Actist policy. And we are this year celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Actist policy. So we believe that our East is very important to us, both strategically and economically. We engage a lot with the East, and we should do more. I think that is the philosophy behind our Actist policy. There was a question on Sabang. We have something known as the Andaman Aceh Connectivity Initiative. It was announced during the visit of by Prime Minister Modi and President Jokowi in 2018. We have a task force on it. I must confess that not much has happened on that, whereas there is great potential of that. Our view is that Indonesia is at the southern bookend of the Malacca Straits, but we find that most of the sea traffic actually goes north of the straits. It goes to Singapore or Penang or other. Can we do something to attract? If you go to Sabang, you will find that 1,400 ships pass by every day, just more than that maybe, just a few kilometers from Sabang, but none of them call on Sabang or in any ports in Indonesia. So I think there is huge potential for Indonesian ports to attract the traffic. And the principle behind our interest in development of ports in Indonesia has been that, to decongest maybe Singapore and attract more traffic into Indonesia, make Aceh or other ports in Indonesia hubs for traffic through the Malacca Strait, and then distribute the traffic through national shipping companies. So that is the proposal. We have done a study on Sabang. It is now under the consideration of the Indonesian government. We hope to hear from them soon, and then we'll see how to progress that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And to Admiral Forobev, I think we have two questions here. The first one is with regard to Arctic shipping route and how is the development now. And the second question is, with regard to the idea of good order at sea, whether, Russia is really, try to maintain the so-called good order at sea, considering, the recent developments in Ukraine. So I think that is your time now, to respond to the question.
Спасибо. Начну с заключительного вопроса, поскольку считаю его более важным для обсуждения и ответа.
Thank you. I would like to start with the last question because I think it's just of a higher importance nowadays.
Должен отметить, отвечая на этот вопрос, что морская доктрина Российской Федерации, как, собственно, и весь комплект документов об обороне, носит исключительно оборонительный характер.
First of all, I must note that the National Maritime Doctrine, as all the defense documents, are of the defensive specialization, are of defensive specifics.
Если уважаемому оппоненту или кому-то в зале плохо известна история возникновения конфликта и начала специальной военной операции, то отсылаю вас к интервью президента Российской Федерации Такеру Карлсону, который он дал в этом году. Там очень подробно все разъяснено.
If our guest opponent or anybody else in this ballroom have some questions or ambiguations about the arising of the special military operation, I can just recommend you watching the interview of the Russian President Vladimir Putin to Tucker Carlson. He explained it pretty well.
Непосредственно по сути вопроса. Вы сказали о блокаде портов. Морская и воздушная блокада – это конкретные термины военного искусства, и морская блокада портов Украины в настоящее время не осуществляется.
Now, about the question itself. So you mentioned the block of ports. Actually, the sea and air block are the military terms. And from the point of view of those terms, this block is not implemented in case of the Ukrainian ports.
Кроме того, как мы все знаем, в течение длительного времени при поддержке и участии турецкой стороны действовала так называемая зерновая сделка.
Additionally, as you may know, for some continuous period of time, the so-called grain deal with part of Turkey in it has been acting for quite some time.
В рамках действия этой сделки так называемым беднейшим странам мира было доставлено не более 3% от всего объема вывезенного из Украины зерна. А экспорт минеральных удобрений из России, являющийся неотъемлемой частью сделки, так и не был осуществлен, и запасы минеральных удобрений остаются блокированы в портах.
Actually, only 3% of the cargo of the grains that was supposed to be delivered to the poorest countries was delivered, actually, only 3%. At the same time, the second part of the deal dedicated to the shipping of Russian mineral resources never happened, and these resources remained at Russian ports.
Что касается гибели женщин и детей от оружия, применяемого кораблями Черноморского флота.
As for the death of children and women because of the Baltic fleet strikes, Black Sea fleet strikes.
Ну, в общем случае необходимо отметить, я думаю, что мои коллеги согласятся со мной, что гибель некомбатантов, к сожалению, является неотъемлемой частью любого вооруженного конфликта.
I just have to admit, and I think my colleagues would understand me, that unfortunately deaths of non-combatants are essential parts of any armed conflict.
Вместе с тем корабли Черноморского флота применяют только высокоточное оружие по военным объектам или объектам критической инфраструктуры.
At the same time, I need to add that the Black Sea Fleet uses only PGM missiles and only against critical infrastructure or military objects.
И подавляющее большинство так называемых сопутствующих потерь есть результат применения средств противовоздушной обороны вооруженными силами Украины.
And most part of the collateral damage is just the result of work of the Ukrainian air defense system.
Чтобы подвести черту под ответом на этот вопрос, я хотел бы отметить, что по сравнению с тем, что мировое сообщество наблюдает в секторе Газа и в Ливане, Россия воюет в белых перчатках.
And for conclusion, I must note that comparing to what we are having now in the Gaza Strip, we can say that just Russia is fighting very, very gently.
Переходя к ответу на вопрос индийского коллеги по поводу Северного морского пути, должен отметить, что Северный морской путь – это российская водная транспортная артерия, оператором которой является компания «Росатом».
Answering the first question about the Northern Sea route, we can say that it is the internal sea route that is located inside Russia on the northern part, and the operator of this route is a Russian company Rosatom.
Это обусловлено тем, что именно компании «Росатом» принадлежат атомные ледоколы самого мощного ледокольного флота в мире, принадлежащего России, обеспечивающие круглогодичную эксплуатацию данной транспортной артерии.
This company is operating the route because it owns the most powerful in Russia and in the world fleet of the atomic icebreakers that are able to provide round-the-year passage through this sea route.
Данная транспортная артерия существенно сокращает время доставки грузов из Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона в Европу. Вместе с тем необходимо отметить, что для кораблей и судов не под флагом России она имеет особенный характер прохода.
This sea route proposes a drastic increase in the time of development cargoes from Europe to the Asia-Pacific region and vice versa, But we need to know that for those ships that are navigating not under the Russian flag, it has specific conditions for their passage.
Буду рад дать более подробные пояснения после завершения пленарного заседания.
And I will be delighted to explain and tell you more about the Northern Sea Route after this plenary session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral. Of course, I do believe that we will have more time and occasion in the future to discuss about all of the issues. No, I still have 20 minutes of time for our discussions. So let me open the second round of the discussion. I saw the gentleman there, and anybody else would like to raise your hand? Okay, Pak, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. I have two questions regarding the previous presentation.
Please mention your name. Identify yourself.
My name is Gregorius from University of Indonesia. For the first question, for the India ambassador, India has expanded maritime cooperation through the mechanisms, for instance, quadrilateral security dialogue, or Quad. How does India perceive that strategic role of Quad in maintaining maritime security in Indo-Pacific, particularly in balancing China's growing influence? For the second question, for the Indonesian Navy Deputy Chief of Staff, considering that the first joint exercise between Indonesia and ASEAN were held in 2023, how important this exercise in fostering regional maritime security cooperation, especially in light of increasing geopolitical tension and non-traditional threats in Indo-Pacific? And what is the outlook on the continuation of the exercise in the coming years or this year? Thank you.
Thank you. Excellency Ambassador, would you like to take the question?
Thank you. In my presentation, I referred to the Quad, and I think as we all believe in a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific, I think the Quad is proving to be very useful in standing by nations in terms of building their capacities in training. If you see the Quad agenda and the Quad declaration, the recent Wilmington Declaration of 23rd September, just a few days back, you find that the Quad has a program and an agenda which supports the Indo-Pacific strategies of many nation states, including the ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific. So there is no contradiction between the Quad's agenda and the agenda of the Indo-Pacific states. And I think it buttresses that, it supports that, and it wants to be a force for good in the region. And I think that several initiatives that have been taken, whether we heard about the maritime fulcrum of Indonesia, the objectives of that, cyber, maintaining sea lanes of communication, whether it is capacity building, the rule of law, UNCLOS, everything is now forming part of the Quad agenda, and we are supporting many nation states in the region. We have a huge program of Quad fellowships. We have just announced, India has announced a Quad fellowship for engineering students available to the nation states of the Indo-Pacific. So it's a very constructive agenda. It is not, it's a security dialogue, but it's not a military grouping that I think we have reiterated many times. And it is actually following the Indo-Pacific outlook of ASEAN. And if you read the Wilmington Declaration, you will find a great deal of language about how Quad will work with the regional groupings in the Indo-Pacific, including ASEAN, to promote its agenda.
So it's not to balance China, right?
I don't think so, because you see the Quad, if it was just, that was the objective, then it would not have stood its ground and developed so much. And it would not have seen so much of participation. by the Indo-Pacific states, because there is a limit to what you can do in terms of a containment policy. And when you are talking of an inclusive architecture, when you're talking of free and open spaces, then you cannot at the same time have an agenda of containment. I think it is important to understand the Quad dynamics and to see what, you see the proof of the pudding is in its eating. And there is, I haven't seen, to my understanding, anything which is aimed at containment or anything which is aimed at militarization of the Indo-Pacific.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now let's move to Pa Edwin. Yeah, please, Pa.
Thank you, Mr. Gregorius, for the questions. Well, regarding the multilateral exercise, so may I assume that it more focus on the multilateral naval exercise Komodo? Is that correct, or?
So, Pak Gregorius, would you like to clarify your questions?
Is a joint exercise with ASEAN in 2023.
Oh, in Natuna.
Yep, okay. So basically the ASEAN Plus exercise in Natuna is, well, let's say it's almost the same theme which we have with the Komodo exercise, which is more focused on humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Why we choose that particular theme? Because we know that our foreign policy is non-aligned policy. So we try to work with our neighboring navies, with our friendly navies, focus more on humanitarian assistance and disaster relief because it's well received within all the navies in the world. And we do understand each other that humanitarian assistance and disaster relief is something that we need to work on together. So the importance of the ASEAN Plus exercise is mainly focused on that aspects. And why we try to work together on that aspect, because we need to guarantee the interoperability between the navies. We need to understand each other's standard operating procedure, and we need to collaborate and work together, which will help each other with our respective capability. And finally, we can understand each other. With understanding each other, I think the situation between all the participants will be more friendly, and we will focus more on what we can do together instead of what we have to fight for each other. So I think that's the best approach that we have for the multilateral exercise. And the outlook of this exercise, I think we need to improve the capacity, the enhancing the scale of the exercise, and continue to work together to overcome all the challenges that we faced. Since in our opinion, once we are together, we will let aside our differences and focus more on what our mutual interests and work together to achieve what we can do together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I still can take one or two questions or comment. Well, there are three. The lady, yeah, at the back, and the gentleman, yeah. Itu Pak, silakan Pak, yang belakang.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Maulidia. I'm a defense diplomacy student. So my questions is for the Vice Admiral Russian Navy. With the growing cooperation between Russia and China in joint naval exercise in 2024, particularly in response to Western-led drills like Rim of the Pacific in 2024, how does the Russian Navy plan to address the rising concern of strategic imbalance in the Indo-Pacific? Thank you.
Oke, itu tadi suhu. Ya, please.
Thank you. My name is Naim from University of Indonesia. Actually, my question will be correlating with the question before me. I would like to ask how is there any, if any, interest of Russian in the Indo-Pacific, and if we specifically see the current tension between US-led AUKUS and China, is there any plan from the Russia or any working with China to balance AUKUS, or maybe maximizing the effectiveness of BRICS, or maybe any other plan to do so? Thank you.
Thank you. I think one more. Yeah, on the left. Yeah. Please, Ibu. Please be quick, yeah?
Yes.
And short.
I'm Vira from the National Resilience Institute. So, if I'm not mistaken, Russia used to have a military base in Vietnam, but it's already overtaken by the Vietnam government. But from what I read, that Russia still have beneficial on that military base. So on that point, although South China Sea is not your vital and important route, as you mentioned before, but what does Russia think about the overclaim on South China Seas and on the tension in Taiwan Strait? Thank you.
Okay, I think most of the question go to Excellency Admiral of the Russian Navy. Yeah, please.
Последовательно отвечу на вопросы. Первый вопрос, касающийся совместных мероприятий подготовки с вооруженными силами, с Народно-освободительной армией Китая и, значит, угрозами, которые мы видим в этом регионе.
So I'd like to answer the questions as they were posed. So I will begin with telling about our cooperation and mutual exercises with the Chinese army.
Ну, угрозы, собственно, как и безопасность, бывают как глобальные, так и региональные. И здесь необходимо говорить, о каких угрозах имеете вы в виду речь.
When we are speaking about threats, we must keep in mind that we can distinguish them into the global and regional ones. And so we need to understand what threats the story goes about here.
Конечно же, одной из важнейших глобальных угроз в регионе мы считаем планы Соединенных Штатов Америки и их союзников на размещение ракет средней и малой дальности как в ряде европейских государств, так и в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе.
As for the more serious threats, we consider such as threat the US and their allies' deployment of the intermediate and shorter range missiles in this area and in the Mediterranean area.
Что касается возможных вариантов реагирования на это России и Китая совместно, напомню о том, что Россия и Китай, являясь стратегическими партнерами, не имеют между собой никаких оборонительных договоров и не являются совместно членами какой-либо военной организации.
As for the mutual and joint reaction from Russia and China. I need to say that although we are strategic partners, we do not have any agreements on this domain, and we do not belong to any blocs together.
Поэтому, говоря о тех совместных учениях, которые мы проводим, как в море, в воздухе и на суше, мы совместно отрабатываем элементы тактического, оперативно-тактического уровня, проверяем и дорабатываем оперативную совместимость наших штабов, грубо говоря, строим те самые кирпичики, из которых в случае необходимости будет построено определенного рода совместный ответ России и Китая.
So by joint activities and joint exercises on sea, on land and on air, we are kind of building some blocks, block by block, our joint effort, and our command posts are training one by one, and this is done in case some collective response must be provided.
As I see it, point my answer for second question was in first.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Да. И по третьему вопросу, что касается Вьетнама.
And let me answer the third question as for Vietnam.
На побережье Вьетнама у России была замечательная военно-морская база Камрань.
Yes, we did have a beautiful naval base on the Vietnamese coast. Its name was Cam Ranh.
В начале 90-х годов военно-морской флот уже России ушел из этой военно-морской базы. И сразу после того, как состоялось это событие, на законодательном уровне во Вьетнаме был принят закон, запрещающий иметь на территории страны какие-либо иностранные военные базы. Isn't it?
So in early 90s, Russia left this base, and right after we had left the base, the Vietnam adopted a law prohibiting presence of any military bases in the country.
Исходя из этого, мы, конечно же, продолжаем наше взаимодействие с руководством и Министерством обороны Социалистической Республики Вьетнам с учетом того законодательства, которое действует в государстве. А что касается отнесения того или иного моря к жизненно важным или важным регионам, в моем докладе подразделение на жизненно важные и важные регионы было полностью изложено. Спасибо.
So we do continue our cooperation with Vietnamese leaders and Vietnamese defense ministry, but only within their legislation framework. And as for our vital or non-vital interests in the South China Sea, I hope I told about this during my presentation.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think now, it's come to the conclusions of this session. And, I noticed that every time we talk about maritime issues, we come up with more questions rather than answers. Because if you look at, especially the development, of Indo-Pacific, especially in the agenda on maritime cooperation, there are a lot of debates, initiative, and so on and so forth. And up until now, we are still actually embarked on, those kind of agenda. We would like to thank you very much. To thank all of the speakers for the very nice presentation. And this is actually the beauty of having discussion, because we receive first-hand information from our colleagues here from Russia. and also from India, of course, from Indian ambassador, and also Pak Edwin as well. I think the dialogue should be continued, in the future, despite all of the differences, different perspective, argument, and so on and so forth. I think the dialogue is very important, and we need to, to discuss, all of those issues. Maybe it's just come up to my mind, actually, Excellencies. Maybe in the future we can have, the so-called Maritime Summit of Indo-Pacific. That will be, very interesting, to discuss, all of the issues facing us. Thank you very much again to the speakers and also the audience, especially, those who already, make some comments and questions. Now I would like to conclude, all of this session. Thank you again.
Thank you so much to Bapak Edi Prasetyono, SOS MIS PhD, and all the speakers for an amazing third plenary session that we had today. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Please remain on stage because now we are going to give the token of appreciations to the speakers and moderator. I would like to invite to stage the interim governor of Lemhanas, Legend Eko Margiono, to deliver the token of appreciations to all the speakers and moderators of plenary session. We're going to have the group photo session. In my count in 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time. With bigger smile. Ready? 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you so much, gentlemen, for giving us a very insightful discussion in this third plenary session of Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024. Can we give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our speakers and moderators for this session. What an insightful session we had on this third session. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to having lunch break for 1 hour and more, maybe until 1 p.m. We are going to back in this ballroom. But I have some information, especially for the interim governor of Lemhanas, excellencies and ambassadors and all the VIP officials. You can please kindly have the lunch break in the VIP room across the main stage. And for all the participants today, lunch break is now served at the foyer on the left side of the stage. And for those who want to perform Zuhur prayer, it could be done at the prayer room at the lower ground of this hotel. Once again, the interim governor of Lemhanas, excellencies, ambassadors, and all the VIP officials, you can please kindly have the lunch break in the VIP room across the main stage. And while all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is now served at the foyer on the left side of this stage. Kami persilahkan kepada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan saat ini sudah dapat menikmati makan siang. Lunch break sudah disediakan di bagian depan Ballroom Ritz-Carlton Jakarta. Sementara itu bagi Anda yang ingin melaksanakan sholat, saat ini ruang ibadah juga sudah tersedia di lantai LG Hotel Ritz-Carlton Jakarta. Kami informasikan sekali lagi kepada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan, saat ini setelah plenary session ketiga kita usai, Bapak dan Ibu dapat langsung menikmati makan siang yang sudah disediakan di bagian foyer. Sementara untuk Bapak Ibu yang ingin melaksanakan sholat, dapat melakukannya di ruang ibadah atau musola yang terletak di lantai LG atau lower ground dari Hotel Ritz-Carlton Jakarta. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, after enjoying your lunch break, we will kindly invite you all who are still outside to enter the Ritz-Carlton Ballroom Jakarta, because the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024 will be started very soon. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu tamu undangan yang hingga saat ini masih berada di luar ballroom, kami ajak Anda untuk dapat segera memasuki ruangan karena sesaat lagi plenary session keempat dari Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024 akan segera dimulai. Sekali lagi kami informasikan kepada Bapak Ibu yang telah menikmati makan siang untuk dapat segera memasuki ruangan ballroom karena sesaat lagi plenary session keempat akan segera kita mulai. Terima kasih. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VIII Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024. Good afternoon and welcome Vice Chairman of National Research and Innovation Agency Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, accompanied by the Interim Governor of National Institute Resilience Lemhanas, Republik Indonesia. Selamat siang dan selamat datang Bapak, kami persilahkan untuk dapat menempati kursi yang telah disediakan. Baik, kepada teman-teman media kami mengucapkan terima kasih sudah mengabadikan momen ini. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second day of the VIII Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024, addressing Geo-Maritime resilience challenges in the Indo-Pacific. A big round of applause for us, for more spirit this afternoon. Thank you so much. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for the fourth plenary session. But before that, we kindly invite to the stage to give his opening remarks the Vice Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency, Republic of Indonesia, Vice Admiral Profesor Dr. Insinyur Amarullah Octavian, STMSc, to deliver his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Amarullah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon. The Honorable Acting Governor of the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia, distinguished all speakers, General, Admiral, Air Marshal, distinguished all professors, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank to the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia for this kind of opportunity to deliver this some academic perspective on this forum. So as we know as well that the long-term goal of Indonesia national development is not only to harness its natural resources on the land, but also those in the sea. Research findings show that the natural resources potential in the sea is very abundant for the welfare of all mankind. Geographically speaking, Indonesia is an archipelagic state with total sea area 2 times larger than its land area. Natural resources in the sea include resources of the food, source of raw material for medicine, source of clean water and drinking water, and source of energy. The use of the sea as a resource of food and a source of raw material for medicine have been proven. Likewise, advanced technology has succeeded in processing seawater into clean water and potable water to meet human need. Furthermore, the sea generates wave energy, tidal energy, and current energy. So the latest technology is even capable of generating hydrogen from seawater as fuel for power plant reactor. Distinguished all speaker, General, Admiral, Air Marshal, ladies and gentlemen. As we know as well also, currently there are numerous traditional and contemporary maritime security threats. Traditional maritime security threat refer to various forms of criminal act at sea. The sea is a medium for piracy and hijacking, black market trade and smuggling, illegal immigration, maritime terrorism, and IUU fishing. There has been a lot of cooperation among navies, among Coast Guard, and even collaboration with international police to prevent and address various criminal acts by non-state actors. Nevertheless, international cooperation and collaboration remain needed to suppress the number of crimes to a minimum. Maritime security threat from state actors also manifests in the form of contestation in maritime border conflict that are heading toward hybrid warfare. This new type of warfare is a combination of warship manned by soldiers and unmanned system controlled by artificial intelligence. Agreement on international rule for the appropriate use of unmanned system and prevention of artificial intelligence misuse still has hitherto not been concluded. Contemporary maritime security threats are more oriented toward the negative impact of the marine environment due to ecosystem damage. Marine pollution and air pollution above the sea are mainly resulted from human negligence. Plastic waste and hazardous toxic waste are often found on the seabed and in the stomach of fishes. Coral reef and various marine flora are increasingly threatened. In addition to causing rising sea level, the melting ice of the North Pole and South Pole is also feared to release ancient viruses that were originally trapped in the ice. Global warming also affects the health of the ocean. For the time being, not many countries or international organizations have encouraged cooperation among navies and among Coast Guard to overcome damage to marine ecosystem. Not many new technologies available in peace to be used by the Navy and Coast Guard for detecting, preventing, and addressing crime against marine ecosystem. Moreover, many countries still lack of educational curricula to increase public and state awareness of the obligation to protect marine ecosystem. Distinguished all professors, ladies and gentlemen, modern geopolitics is widely adopted by many countries in striving for their respective national interests. Modern geopolitics put more emphasis on the instrument of political influence in achieving national interests than the dominance of armed forces as the classical geopolitical thought. Geoeconomic, in the use of modern geopolitics, to optimize all natural resources for the people's welfare. Geoeconomic does not only take advantage on the natural resources, but also maintain their sustainability. Based on the modern geopolitics and geoeconomic understanding, Geo-Maritime is the application of modern geopolitics to optimize all natural resources in the sea for the welfare of mankind. Geo-Maritime also has strong interest in preserving the sustainability of marine ecosystem. Geo-Maritime becomes a scientific basis for joint effort to empower the sea as a source of food, a source of raw material for medicine, a source of clean water, drinking water, and a source of energy. Geo-Maritime also serves a legal perspective in formulating various international rules to promote and implement various policies and regulations on sea empowerment and marine ecosystem preservation in a sustainable manner. Geo-Maritime become a framework, scheme, and mechanism for maritime security cooperation to prevent, to deter, and to address, and to mitigate all forms of traditional and contemporary threat from state actor, non-state actor, and state-sponsor actor. Ladies and gentlemen, national resilience is the ability of a state to deal with all forms of threat against maritime security. In reality, not all countries seem to possess adequate and proportional capabilities in dealing with threat from non-state actors, such as transnational organized crimes. Experiences from several countries demonstrate that states' capacity is still inferior compared to the network of non-state actor capability in committing criminal acts at sea. Meanwhile, security cooperation with one or few countries is also deemed ineffective at the operational level. Regional resilience is the collective ability of states within a particular region to deal with all forms of threat against maritime security. Regional resilience perceive any form of threat as common enemy, regardless of the source. Regional resilience put the state in a particular region in relatively superior position. Regional resilience is even capable of improving the effectiveness of cooperation implementation with other regions, both at the operational and tactical level. The duality of national resilience and regional resilience serve complementary and substitutional function. Complementary duality is the mutually complementing nature of national resilience and regional resilience in dealing against various forms of threat at sea, while substitutional duality refer to the mutually substitutive nature of the technical advantages utilization between national resilience and regional resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, as conclusion, Indo-Pacific is the sum of the very vast body of water spanning from the Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. Indo-Pacific consists of many countries that belong into several regions. Maritime security is the common interest of all regions in order to harness all natural resources in the sea optimally for the welfare of the people and the sustainability of marine ecosystem. It is very important for academic and practitioner to organize the duality of national resilience and regional resilience in order to establish a solid foundation for the future international cooperation. The vital role of researchers in conducting scientific analysis is very essential for policy makers. Cooperation among researchers from various countries is also crucial in formulating a duality model of geo-maritime national resilience and geo-maritime regional resilience in the Indo-Pacific. I thank you for your kind attention and good afternoon.
Professor Amarullah, thank you so much for the speech. Please remain on stage to receive the appreciation from Lemhanas. This token of appreciation will be given by the interim governor of Lemhanas National Resilience Institute, Lieutenant General Eko Margiono. Now we are going to have the photo session. Prof, mohon tetap berada di panggung. Kita akan photo session sejenak. Saya mengundang dengan hormat untuk bergabung ke atas panggung Deputy for Strategic Studies of Lemhanas, Chief of the VIII JGF 2024, and all the speakers of this fourth plenary session and also the moderator of this fourth plenary session to join this gentleman on stage to have this photo session. We'll begin the group photo session. I will count down in 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time, bigger smile. 3, 2, 1. All right, enough? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You may kindly back to your seat. Thank you. To all the speakers and moderator of this fourth plenary session, in a few minutes, we will begin this fourth plenary session. We are going to discuss about projecting future challenges in maritime security. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Vice Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency will leave this event venue due to another agenda. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, proceed to our next agenda. Now it is the fourth plenary session. With the theme, we're going to discuss about
Projecting Future Challenges in Maritime Security. To guide this session, it is my honor to introduce our moderator today, Deputy Executive Director for Research Center for Strategic and International Studies, or CSIS Indonesia. She earned a master's degree from the London School of Economic and Political Science and Doctor of Philosophy from the University of Hamburg. So without any further ado, please welcome Dr. Safia F. Muhibat.
A very good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to moderate the fourth and I think the last plenary session of the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum today. So thank you to all of those who are staying on, and I bet we are all excited to follow to the next session. So I think my name is Safia Muhibat. I'm with the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, a think tank in Jakarta. In the previous session, I think we discussed a lot about maritime security and challenges in the region. Some imminent challenges have been discussed, but I think what's more important is that some of these challenges, these new threats and risks, are going to exist, in the near and long-term future. And I think it's also as important as identifying what the current challenges are. We are supposed to also discuss, what to expect in the future. And I think just now, Professor Amarullah also emphasized that international cooperation is needed to address some of the future challenges as well. And so that's what this fourth session is about. We are going to discuss, or we are going to project future challenges in maritime security. And to do that, we are fortunate to have three very distinguished speakers who will guide us on some of the more important issues that we are going to discuss today. So please allow me to call upon the speakers to join me on the stage. The first speaker is Mr. Erik van der Veen, if you could join us on stage. He's from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. He is currently the head of the UNODC office in Indonesia and also the liaison of UNODC to ASEAN. The second speaker is Mr. Masayoshi Mita, if you could join me on stage, from the International Committee of the Red Cross, or ICRC. He is currently the Regional Humanitarian Affairs Advisor of the ICRC. And last but not least, our third speaker is Rear Admiral Sudarsan Srikande. He's currently the fellow of the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security. If you could also join me on stage. So we have our three speakers here, and as I said, this is the topic of this session, projecting future challenges. I think is very relevant and very important for us to complete our discussion since yesterday. And I think, we've discussed a lot. As I said earlier this morning, we talked about, identifying some of the challenges that some of the nations are facing in the region. So without further ado, may I ask Erik to probably come to the podium and give your remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It is an incredible pleasure to be here and to be able to speak with you about what is probably one of the most pressing challenges in this part of the world. I did prepare a PowerPoint presentation with the main purpose of showing you a video a little later on. But before we get there, at UNODC, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, we're in the business of working with member states, with countries, to develop responses against crime. The crimes that are defined in the international legal instruments that underpin our mandate. I allow myself to say that the work stream that within UNODC that we are managing on maritime crime
is a very effective program. I can say that because I personally had no responsibility in setting it up and implementing it. Facilitating international cooperation, building capacity, in particular when it comes to maritime crime, investigations as well as prosecutions, and that normative assistance about those international legal instruments. That is what we specialize in and work with member states across the globe, as well as here in Southeast Asia. Now, if you would like to take away two things from our conversation here, the first is that threats in organized crime are going to, maybe we can go to the next slide. Yeah. They're here to stay. They're going to increase. Yet at the same time, there are very robust and effective ways of combating crime, in particular through international cooperation. So I would like to highlight three different types of crime: maritime crime, drug trafficking, trafficking of contraband, as well as smuggling of migrants. And I'll give you a first snapshot of those. Then I'll give you an overview of the work streams that we currently have. And then finally, I would like to close with some recommendations. Maybe we can go to the next slide. So you will see that if you are that criminal activity often starts with opportunism. A criminal sees an opportunity to illicitly enrich themselves by breaking the law. Now, if they get away with it, and get away with it again, and manage to amass wealth and influence through that activity, criminal organizations can develop and can be more difficult to combat. So it is extremely important for government authorities, law enforcement agencies, to be alert, to exchange information, and to make sure that the response is as early as possible after criminal activity takes place. At the same time, we are operating in a zone, if we look at the maritime zone in Southeast Asia, that is economically extremely active and very difficult to police because of the many waterways as well as the many different landing points that exist in this region. Now, when we look at drug trafficking, next please, methamphetamine is the most trafficked drug according to along maritime routes in the region. In particular, the Western Maritime route that goes from the Andaman Sea to the Straits of Malacca is used very frequently for the trafficking of methamphetamine. We see a very significant increase of the number of seizures. So we have a very recent report that came out, which you see on the screen, that you can consult for the data linked to the seizures that have happened. And as things stand now, especially with increased capacity of criminal groups to create new psychoactive substances, are much more difficult for authorities as well as international bodies to control. The risk of this trend increasing is very, very high. And also we see criminal groups increasingly using more sophisticated methods to traffic. This can be concealment within a ship, but you also have examples of where a scuba diver would dive into the water and under the waterline attach, by welding a container, a small sort of compartment to the outside of the ship. Then the ship would sail, go to its destination, and you would have that scuba diver take a plane, go to that same destination, put on his suit again, and retrieve that container from outside the ship. These are things that are very, very costly, very complex, yet drug trafficking groups are able to do it, and often very difficult to police and to prevent. Next slide, please. Now, when you look at drug trafficking, it's often it's a little bit easier for law enforcement authorities to identify the trafficking. We're talking about pills, we're talking about powder, we're talking about hidden compartments, we're talking about packages that are hidden between licit shipments, licit goods. But there are also many other types of illicit trafficking that generate a lot of money for criminal groups, yet that are much more difficult to detect. So one example is waste, for example. We are seeing a very significant increase of trade in waste, as well as licit waste trade being mixed up with illegal waste. And this can but doesn't have to be hazardous waste. On one hand, there is tremendous licit economic gain to be had in the waste trade. Certain countries specialize in recycling, for example, paper, or in other countries specialize in recycling plastic. But then when you have criminal groups who would include other types of waste, hazardous waste, e-waste, into licit shipments, for law enforcement authorities, it's going to be much more complicated to distinguish between the licit and the illicit. And again, here, many criminal groups see an opportunity in this gray area to make money that ultimately supports activities that are bad for our human health, for the environment, and for our economic progress. Timber is another such example. There is a lot of timber that is traded licitly, but at the same time, how to identify timber that is traded illicitly, seize that, find the people who are responsible for that, requires very complex intelligence gathering as well as investigations. Wildlife trafficking, we see a lot of that in this part of the world. Here we see that it is often smaller vessels that go to unmonitored ports. Also, what is trafficked? Again, difficult to identify for law enforcement officials, whether this is legal business or not. Next slide, please. Now we've talked about things. People also get smuggled. This is often people who find themselves in vulnerable situations, pushed out of the country where they live by conflict, or pulled to another country for economic opportunity. And the lack of cheap, legal pathways for migration. So for many people who end up being smuggled, letting themselves be smuggled, they do not have any other options. They feel that paying a decent amount of money to a people smuggler is the best, most effective, most cost-effective way of getting them out where they are and getting them to a country where their lives will be better. At the same time, when they are when they are being smuggled, they are incredibly vulnerable. They're vulnerable to being extorted themselves, but smugglers will also have the contact details of their family members. And so also family members can be forced into paying more money than that was agreed to make sure that their family member who is being smuggled remains free of harm. So this is an area that we also that we work on, and we really encourage further collaboration to ensure that we put an end to this type of smuggling. Next slide, please. So how we respond to these types of smuggling and the cooperation that we have with our partners in the different member states, capacity building at the national level, police investigations, prosecutions, regional level cooperation, and this is anchored in the different international legal instruments that the UN is the custodian of. So next slide is a video of a training that we deliver on a visit, board, search, seizure skills. This is based, we do this a lot with Bakamla at their regional training center in Batam. So this is an example of a training that we did a couple of years ago. Can we hit play on this video, please?
yang Lugaran. Arahkan Kapten Ganjuran.
56 mencurigai ada barang di depan di haluan, tapi kami rencanakan untuk tinggalkan terlebih dahulu untuk lanjutkan dengan IESI berikutnya.
Great, thank you. And if we can go to the next slide. So you see that, this is an activity which is mainly focused on national capacity building, but we also bring in other countries from the region to this same training center to train countries and law enforcement authorities together so that we can work on establishing a sort of similar baseline of how to approach these kinds of searches and these kinds of investigations, and to create connections between colleagues, build a level of trust. Now, in addition to that, we facilitate a number of forums that bring stakeholders from the sort of maritime law enforcement community together to discuss trends, to discuss best practices, and to allow them to exchange information. This can be law enforcement information, can also be information related to prosecutions, evidence, etc. And what you see more and more, organized criminal groups, they will take advantage of borders. They know that it is more difficult for law enforcement authorities to pursue them if they use different jurisdictions. Now, with the connectivity that we have through digital means these days, that cross-border approach of criminal groups is becoming more and more present. And one of the main ways that we can help in combating that and addressing that is facilitating that cooperation between different governments. So let me highlight a number that we help out with. One is the Maritime Law Enforcement Dialogue, which has been around for about 6 years. It brings together law enforcement officials as well as prosecutors from Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. Main purpose is to establish shared perspectives on what the emerging trends are and what sort of collective responses can be developed. We also manage a forum where we bring maritime law enforcement together with drug law enforcement authorities to be able to identify trends, but also to establish connections that when there is a drug trafficking case, that then cross-border communication can happen quickly and responses can happen quickly. Then we have the contact group on the Sulu and Celebes Seas, which brings together Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. same idea, bringing countries together to focus on the trends and the responses in their area. We're also working with Bakamla and the other Coast Guards of the ASEAN member states in establishing an ASEAN Coast Guard Forum. This is still a work in progress, but we're very hopeful that this will be a very strong addition to these, to the toolbox of international cooperation mechanisms. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the work that we do is all anchored in the international legal instruments. The two primary ones are the Transnational Organized Crime Convention, as well as the Convention on the Law of the Sea. And the capacity building we do, as well as the international cooperation instruments that we leverage, are embedded in these conventions. So, next slide, please. What more can we do? What would be our recommendations in making sure that our responses to transnational organized crime at sea are more robust? Real-time sharing of information, any tools, systems, mechanisms that we can set up with our counterparts in another country will certainly prove extremely helpful. Having secure channels with our counterparts in countries that border our maritime area, and coordinate responses, and then ultimately do joint operations together. Those are things that we feel would be extremely beneficial. And then looking at public-private partnerships, engaging port authorities, tech providers, shipping companies in this exercise. It's ultimately also not in their interest that they are vectors for organized crime. Bringing them into our work can prove also very advantageous. And then finally, bringing in the coastal communities who can serve as a canary in the mine and may be able to pick up on suspicious activities in their communities before anyone else can. Next slide, please. So with that, I would like to close and thank you. Maritime crime in Southeast Asia poses very complex challenges to us as a community. The sophistication of the approaches and the methods that criminal groups apply is only going to increase. There are ways that we can address these phenomena, primarily by working together and sharing information. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eric van der Veen, for your remarks. And I think it was very timely that we also hear a lot about maritime crime trends in Southeast Asia and what UNODC have been doing for at the moment. Next speaker, Mr. Masayoshi Mita, please.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, Samasian. My name is Masa. I am Regional Humanitarian Affairs Advisor of the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, based in Jakarta. Today, it is my great honor to be here. My special thanks should go to Lemhanas for inviting the ICRC to this very important event. Thank you so much once again. Today, I would like to talk about the role of the ICRC, my organization, and who we are. And then we will look at potential humanitarian consequences of armed conflict at sea, including from the use of new technologies of warfare. And then we also quickly recap international humanitarian law as a guiding framework for protection of civilians. And then finally, let me conclude by saying that respect for IHL is a pathway for peace. So let me quickly talk about the ICRC first. So ICRC is a neutral and independent humanitarian organization. For us, neutrality means we do not take any political side. So we will never mention this war is right and that war is wrong. We never mention this to continue our humanitarian activities in very complicated situations. The ICRC is also independent. Our humanitarian activities should be carried out without being influenced by any particular government or any external organization. We are purely humanitarian organization. We have two big mandates for the ICRC. The first mandate is to protect the lives and dignity of people affected by armed conflicts. And we also provide those people affected by conflicts some material assistance. The second mandate of the ICRC is actually important for today's forum. The ICRC promotes international humanitarian law, IHL, to prevent and mitigate human suffering. So these activities to promote IHL can be done in armed conflict situations, but also in diplomatic settings, such as in New York, Geneva, and also here in Jakarta for ASEAN. So I am working with ASEAN, engaging on humanitarian dialogue to promote IHL on a daily basis. So I think many participants here have this question today. Why the Red Cross is here? Why Masa is talking now? This is not only because I wanted to come to this 5-star hotel, but the ICRC has a natural interest to concern about what's going on in the world in this region. So a geopolitical issue or a maritime issue can quickly escalate to an armed conflict due to misunderstanding, miscalculation, or probably the lack of mutual confidence. So if the armed conflict happens, we cannot, unfortunately, avoid humanitarian consequences, particularly on civilians. So that's why this is a humanitarian issue. So that's why the ICRC needs to talk about humanitarian consequences in terms of promoting IHL. This map, very colorful, and this is illustrating how maritime traffic is busy in the world. And as many speakers mentioned since yesterday, we are heavily relying on maritime transports for our goods and basic items to be delivered. And then Indo-Pacific area is, of course, not the exception. And even the humanitarian agencies, such as ICRC, we are also heavily relying on the maritime transports to continue our humanitarian action. Now, let's look at conflict at sea and its potential humanitarian consequences. So, in general, we have more and more armed conflicts in the world, including at sea. And it means there are growing risks against civilians living in maritime environment, including civilian seafarers. There are also increased risks against essential civilian infrastructures at sea, such as oil platforms or nuclear power plants. You can easily imagine, in times of armed conflict, if nuclear power plants is attacked, what would happen in terms of humanitarian consequences? We also have environment impacts because of armed conflicts happening at sea. For example, there might be some spillover of gas or oil from sunk vessels or sinking vessels This can have very long-lasting effects, not only to the environment, but eventually to human beings. And finally, we might have some impact against supply of foods and basic items if an armed conflict happens at sea, as we just saw from the colorful map. We are now talking about humanitarian challenges posed by new technologies of warfare. In the very beginning, I need to confirm that technologies as such have very positive aspects, of course. We can use technologies for our humanitarian activities, and then we can benefit a lot from new technologies. The ICRC also using the new technologies in our humanitarian activities. However, we might also have the negative or potentially negative aspects of new technologies of warfare. The first point is potential human cost of cyber and information operations. Just imagine if a hospital network is hacked by someone, probably the very essential medical treatment can be suspended to have very serious consequences of patients. Information operations, using misinformation, disinformation, and even hate speech, we can also easily imagine there might be some serious consequences on human beings. The next point is autonomous weapon systems. Autonomous weapon systems can be also used in the context of maritime armed conflicts. And often, autonomous weapon systems is using so-called AI or machine learning. Again, to use those new technologies, we could probably prevent and mitigate humanitarian consequences. But at the same time, there might be some negative aspects of new technologies. For example, we are now understanding there are some unpredictability causing by AI or machine learning. They can go beyond our control. So the ICRC thinks at least minimum level of human control or judgment is always necessary to make sure those new technologies should be used in a very humanitarian way to mitigate or to prevent adversary consequences on human beings. So the ICRC thinks all states need to share their views for discussion and to promote confidence building on how IHL should apply for new warfare technologies and how IHL limits use of such means if necessary. But once again, I'm not saying we can still use advanced technologies, but the point is how we can use those advanced technologies. Let me quickly recap what IHL is. International humanitarian law. Perhaps this is better known to military personnel more commonly as the law of armed conflicts. So IHL is a set of rules, and the aim of the IHL is to prevent or mitigate the serious consequences of armed conflicts. So IHL try to protect civilians, or IHL try to protect people who no longer participate in hostilities. And IHL also try to limit certain means and methods of warfare. We have ongoing discussion about new technologies of warfare in the international arena. So, but we are not immediately banning the usage of those new technologies, but we need to discuss how we can use those new technologies in armed conflicts. The backbone of IHL is Geneva Conventions, which were born in 1949, right after the Second World War. And Geneva Conventions have been universally accepted by almost all countries in the world. And this year, 2024, actually marks the 75th anniversary of Geneva Conventions. So this is a good opportunity for us to remind each of you the importance of IHL, why IHL is still relevant, and how important it is applied in armed conflict situations to prevent humanitarian consequences. And then our organization, ICRC, is actually tasked by Geneva Conventions to promote IHL. So that's why I'm now standing here to talk about IHL to you. So this is our official mandate to talk about IHL, and then try to help states to consider relevant international rules applicable in armed conflict situations, even including at sea. If IHL has some ambiguity in terms of new technologies, ICRC still tries to apply existing IHL rules first. But if there is an ambiguity, we can probably support states to develop IHL a bit further to strengthen existing IHL rules. So how does IHL protect civilians and those no longer fighting? So such as civilians, or sick, or wounded, or even shipwrecked combatants at sea. General notion is civilians and those combatants who no longer participate in hostilities must be respected, protected, and cared for in all circumstances. An example of how IHL guides the protection, the first example is all the parties to conflict should take all possible measures to search for and collect the wounded, sick, shipwrecked, and deceased. And also we need arrangements for the safe passage of medical personnel, equipment onto that area. It also includes so-called humanitarian access for humanitarian organizations such as ICRC. It is not always easy for us to secure our access because it is based on the agreement with states or parties to armed conflicts concerned. So the ICRC needs to keep negotiating our humanitarian access on the ground. And then finally, dignified treatment of the deceased dead bodies in accordance with their cultures and religions. This is also mentioned by IHL. So what are the challenges for IHL at 21st century? Probably the first point is, once again, the rules of naval warfare, including IHL. The law as such is very beautiful, I may say. But unfortunately, the reality is a bit different. Particularly now, we are dealing with this rapid development of technologies. So IHL also needs to be updated, or at least IHL should be reconfirmed its validity. It is still relevant for armed conflict with new technologies or warfare. So each state member has a legal obligation to confirm the validity of IHL, and if there is ambiguity or question on IHL, ICRC can support each state to clarify those questions. The second point is the core of IHL is still very simple: to protect civilians, to protect the sick and wounded or shipwrecked combatants. However, the main point is how states apply or implement IHL in reality. So probably in terms of geopolitical or simply political dynamics, each state needs to foster mutual confidence with other countries, even with enemy countries, I would say. And probably having the mutual trust can be the first step to respect IHL mutually. This is my last slide. So today's key takeaways from the ICRC. So IHL remains still relevant, even though there are so many armed conflicts happening in the world and there are so many alleged violations of IHL. However, still IHL can be relevant. Otherwise, ongoing armed conflicts could be more devastating in terms of humanitarian consequences. And it is essential to build a universal culture of compliance with IHL. It is not enough if only one state respects IHL. IHL should be respected by all countries, but not only by parties to armed conflicts. Even states who are not participating in armed conflicts, they should also respect. Because IHL is the minimum standards to protect civilians and wounded soldiers. If you don't know about IHL beforehand, I mean, before that armed conflict happens, you cannot respect IHL simply because you don't know about IHL. It is like when you drive a car. You should understand the traffic rules before you start driving a car. Without this knowledge, you cannot and you should not drive the car. Same logic. So this year, in this coming October, next month actually, we will have international conference of the Red Cross and Red Crescent in Geneva. This is one of the biggest humanitarian conference with all states and all Red Cross and Red Crescent members, including the ICRC. And we will discuss humanitarian issues of global importance, including new technologies of warfare. So if you are keen to this conference, you can also watch online, I think. So you can follow what kind of things will be discussed in international arena in Geneva. And then, yes, let me repeat the third point. This is the most important point. So respect and ensure respect for IHL. This is an essential pathway for confidence building and peace. So I myself call this prior learning process as humanitarian preparedness. Because once again, if you don't know about the rules, you cannot play the games. Same logic for armed conflicts. If you don't know about IHL beforehand, you shouldn't engage on war because humanitarian consequences could be more devastating otherwise. Probably you may have question, what does ensure respect for IHL mean? Respect IHL is easy. You need to respect IHL. But you also need to ensure respect IHL. It means not only you, but also someone under your responsibility should also understand IHL. And even, you can go further, even your enemies should also understand IHL. You try to make efforts to make sure your enemies also respect IHL. So this means respect and ensure respect for IHL. So this is a mutual commitment. And then last but not least, the ICRC stays available to cooperate with all relevant stakeholders for humanitarian dialogue. So I'm very look forward to further humanitarian discussion with each of you, and that's my concluding remarks. I thank you so much for your attention, and terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mita. Indeed, I think it's very important to understand this potential humanitarian consequences of armed conflict and sea, and I don't think we have discussed that sufficiently. So thank you again for the remarks. Last but not least, I'd like to invite Rear Admiral Sudarsan Shrikande. You may proceed directly to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellency, the
Interim Governor, distinguished members of the audience, excellencies, my fellow panelists, the moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Salamat Siang. I want to thank Lemanas and the coordinating ministry for their invitation to participate in this very important forum. It is an honor for me to be here. I also would like to say that the views that I share today are my own and do not necessarily reflect any positions or thinking that the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security anchors, University of Wollongong, where I am currently, or the Indian Naval War College, where I am an adjunct professor. Over the last 2 days, we have had excellent presentations and discussions focusing on shared geopolitical and geo-economic concerns and the general environment across the Indo-Pacific, focused on and in the maritime domain. In this final session, I've been asked to look at maritime security cooperation challenges in the future. Challenges and opportunities, of course, go hand in hand, but this has been true of maritime cooperation for decades and perhaps even centuries gone by. Perhaps because of the nature of the maritime common as a vast space whose sovereignty characteristics as well as freedoms are reasonably well defined by international law and its practice and very well defined in the UNCLOS, for instance, cooperation for some level of mutual security and good order can be seen, especially in the last 200 years at sea. These have included actions against pirates, where nations sometimes cooperated when they otherwise disagreed with each other, or against slave trade, even if motivations for doing so were not wholly altruistic. Real cooperation was more evident in the way governments, mariners got together to ensure safer navigation for all users, for safety of life at sea, and for cooperative search and rescue, especially after the Titanic sinking. Challenges existed even then. Some were of resources, some were of physical difficulties in cooperating, some due to limitations in communications and information sharing, and some, regrettably, due to friction that is always a reality of geopolitics. Of course, maritime security cooperation changed characteristics quite radically and with a sense of urgency in times of conflict. Such contours are often different from peacetime cooperation, but partnerships furthered in calmer times often helped to prevent conflict or helped during crises or if war broke out. Among other wars, this was obvious in both the world wars, even when the US was not a belligerent in the early periods of both these wars, and even if it opposed some of the measures that its ally Britain took in terms of trade restrictions and trade protection, it supported Britain in other indirect ways and with material help. The change in multinational maritime cooperation in times of peace, often, however, when there may be tension in the waves, that has been seen for the last few decades is one of real progress. The spirit of cooperation in the maritime common globally to further opportunities and overcome challenges, some of which have been discussed in the conference in earlier sessions by distinguished ministers and leaders, is truly something to be satisfied about. It would be quite all right to say that the current spread and diversity of maritime security cooperation found greater acceptance and support in the wake of the December 2004 tsunami. The mechanisms that evolved after the great tragedy, which many in the hall would have personally experienced or been involved in providing help and assistance in numerous ways, spanned search and rescue, a rapid surge in humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, civil reconstruction, better earthquake and weather warning systems, and even more comprehensive thinking on infrastructure reliance or resilience. However, there were other developments, not probably directly related to the tsunami, but to slowly rising concerns of piracy, the incidents of terrorist attacks where sea routes were used, of organized crimes and narcotics smuggling, as we've heard just now, the impact of muscle flexing in terms of pushing untenable maritime territorial claims as seen in the waters that directly impact some ASEAN members and that may continue to pose challenges at greater degree in time to come. In fact, in the foreword of the ASEAN Maritime Outlook 2023, it mentions, and I quote, maritime disputes related to Southeast Asia's maritime waters, unquote, as the first of several challenges. Yesterday, when the Honorable Interim Governor read the ministerial address, he talked about India and China's border conflict and issues between China and Indonesia, as well as issues of the South China Sea, which the Honorable Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs also flagged. In a 2008 study by Professor Stuart Kay, a globally acknowledged authority on maritime law, he has examined freedom of navigation issues at considerable length. And surveys indicated that freedom of navigation would be slowly and steadily tested to gain extraterritorial claims and convert these claims into rights, as China seems to be doing. There were, until some years back, gaps in coordination between older and newer groupings for cooperation, many of them looking at the maritime domain in very major ways. ASEAN members, in fact, led the way in a manner that other groupings and regions have emulated. The setting up of information fusion centers was one such, which in early days made the best use of limited data on white ship movements and increased port security information sharing. This expanded nearly at the same time into similar initiatives in some other areas of the Indian Ocean region. This included a resurgent Quad, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, which has been mentioned earlier, that has focused on planning for delivery of a range of public goods. The overarching objective, reiterated in the July 2024 Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in Tokyo, centers on the freedom of the Indo-Pacific, with its underlying urging for all in the region to adhere to accepted and agreed rules. But it also furthers the delivery of public goods in all domains, but especially in the maritime domain, while also deeply considering that populations live on land after all, which is where the benefits of human security must ultimately deliver and be felt. The very recent Wilmington Declaration of 21st September, after the Quad Leaders Summit in the US, reiterates several angles of the multidiscipline, multi-organizational, multi-dimension objectives of the Quad for overcoming challenges ahead of all of us in the Indo-Pacific region. Firstly, the declaration reaffirms, and I quote, we are and will continue to be transparent in what we do. Respect for the leadership of regional institutions, including the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, the Pacific Islands Forum, and the Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, is and will remain the center of Quad's efforts, unquote. This step should enable even better information and effort sharing for routine maritime safety and security, of grey shipping, and for coordinating efforts against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which is also an effort towards improved food security all across the Indo-Pacific. Secondly, the Quad hopes to work with the above partners and more by underscoring its commitments to a rules-based international order, which it and forums like ASEAN unambiguously reaffirmed at the ASEAN Declaration on 16th October 2023 at the UN. And I quote again, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to upholding multilateralism as well as the rule of law and the rules-based international order in responding to increasingly complex global challenges. Third, my primary suggestion is that ASEAN, IORA, the PIF, and the Quad bring to the Indo-Pacific canvas a greater recognition of the challenges of maintaining freedoms while working towards finding solutions. Maritime trade, for instance, is already multidimensional. Its obvious manifestation is the huge number of ships that carry imports and exports across crowded international shipping lanes out of sight of much of humanity. Citizens of most states may also not be aware of what goes on in the ports or how ships are tracked and kept reasonably safe. Neither are most people aware of how dependent they are on digital services, especially submarine cables, as we go about our daily lives, unless there is a breakdown. Trade and services, much of it digital, are dependent on submarine cables, security, and resilience of communications networks on land and via space. In turn, the maritime common is dependent on rules and good order in the other two commons, that is space and cyber. It is not only the Quad, but ASEAN and the PIF that are working on security and resilience in these commons. The challenges to these might grow from a variety of factors like deliberate disruption attempts by state and non-state actors, natural calamities, accidental cable damage, and so on. Thus, for instance, ASEAN's Maritime Outlook of August 2023 mentions cyber threats and the need for cooperative cyber security 21 times in that report. Similarly, the 52nd Pacific Island Forum communique in November 2023 mentions the need for island nations to build cable security and redundancy with cooperative assistance. There could be difficulties in such cooperation, mainly because of issues that may be raised by others outside these three forums that span the Indo-Pacific, or some issue of technical protocols, cyber hardening issues, and perhaps some techno-security issues. However, the Quad is investing in cyber fellowships, in training, and in pooling of resources for the larger public good, and greater coordination with ASEAN and the PIF may be precisely what might help in decades to come. Regarding the smooth and secure flow of trade, enhancement of port efficiency and security across the region is another challenge that such groupings will do well to coordinate their efforts. ASEAN probably has had a head start in this and provides the Quad a framework not only for coordination but for learning and emulation. The ASEAN Maritime Outlook 2023 mentions the 523 international seaports within its member states and the progress achieved in moving forward on the 2017 Regional Action Plan on Port Security, which has included training, by the way. It is thus not surprising that last week's Quad Summit has announced, and I quote, the Quad Ports of the Future Partnership, which will harness the Quad's expertise to support sustainable and resilient port infrastructure development across the Indo-Pacific in collaboration with regional partners, unquote. To begin with, India will host a Quad Regional Ports and Transportation Conference at Mumbai in 2025, and it would be a useful idea to have ASEAN officials participate and help with their own experience in this matter. Port security efforts may have some challenges due to the complexity involved in port ownership, shareholding, hardware, etc., that comes from all over, with attendant cyber threats issues, which require solutions. However, inter-organizational and inter-regional coordination and cooperation might be the key. The other area that is getting attention is the ability to cope and perhaps even slow down some impact of climate change and the effort towards cleaner and greener energy. We heard the managing director of Maersk talking to us about this yesterday. Global warming, of course, will impact the entire globe. However, its effect may be felt more visibly and palpably in the Indo-Pacific, where much of the world's population lives in archipelagic states, islands, or significantly in coastal areas of many of the other countries. It is heartening that all three constituents, that is the ASEAN, the PIF, and IORA, already have had a few years of meetings, reports, and action plans that are being regionally taken forward. Quad's recent declaration underscores cooperation with the Indo-Pacific, and I quote again, as we underscore the severe economic, social, and environmental consequences posed by the climate crisis, we continue to work together with Indo-Pacific partners, including through the Quad Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation Package, which is called QCHAMP, to enhance climate and clean energy, unquote. The objectives are to promote adaptation and resilience in a problem that is going to grow and something that we'll have to find solutions to. All such cooperation has the ingrained hope of creating new economic opportunities across the Indo-Pacific. This is going to be a major challenge as well, because new technologies may be reducing job opportunities for young people in the region, even as they contribute to a degree of prosperity. For several member nations of the ASEAN, IORA, and PIF, creating jobs are national challenges that could benefit from regional forums like this, putting their minds and even money towards job creation. Maritime sectors that span trade, ports, sustainable and equitable fishing, reaping the harvest from blue economies might be the rising tide that lifts all boats. We must create jobs. The other major challenge that should require more cooperation is partnerships that link several of these forums to prevent drug running, terrorism, and organized crimes along sea routes and then manifesting on land. The UNODC Jakarta has just flagged this already. In more specific ways, and closer to my home India, in the waters around Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, India, Maldives, and Mauritius, the Colombo Security Conclave does much to look at cooperation and coordination to reduce and combat these threats. Similarly, ASEAN Work Plan on Securing Communities Against Illicit Drugs 2016 to 2025 has shown effect. Money power, sometimes the backing of such gangs by state actors, and the ingenuity of drug and crime syndicates in harnessing technology, establishing their own convoluted partnerships, may mean that our cross-regions and cross-forum cooperation would need to dynamically respond and evolve. There are similar smaller multilaterals like the Colombo Security Conclave in the southwestern Indian Ocean with Mauritius, Reunion, Seychelles, Madagascar, etc., that are part of the larger Indo-Pacific maritime canvas. In conclusion, I would like to say that the three commons of maritime space, space and cyber will continue to pose challenges, but also provide increased opportunities for cooperation between organizations and forums like these, like the IORA, ASEAN, PIF, and the Quad, as well as existing and future multilaterals, so that these commons provide for the good of human development, of human sustenance, and the resilience of humanity itself. Thank you very much, and terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Rear Admiral Shrikande. So we've heard our three speakers plus the trigger speaker earlier before the session. And I do think that, you know, one thing that's been repeated since the trigger speaker gave his remarks was that cooperation is of essence. And I think all of you talked about cooperation and how important it is. And I'd like to, you know, maybe pose something, maybe a question that some of you, three of you can comment briefly before I open the session for a Q&A. We talked about cooperation and how important it is, but we also talk about, you know, the challenges, the newer challenges, and we talked about how in the future, you know, looking at the future, the threats and the risks are becoming even more complex. You know, my question is the current form of cooperation enough? Is it sufficient in the future if we repeat the same format of cooperation? Is it enough to answer to these newer challenges, these more complex threats and risks? For one, I think, Rear Admiral Shrikande, you talked about Quad, for example. And Quad, as a minilateral, is a more recent trend, basically. So it's possible that states are looking for newer types of cooperation. So is that something that we should anticipate in the future, that states are looking, both states and non-state actors are looking for newer types of cooperation? Or is the current forms of, you know, how states cooperate with each other sufficient to face these newer challenges? Maybe I'll start with you again, Mr. Van der Veen.
Thank you. That's a key question.
And to answer the last component of it, if it is enough, no, it is not enough. As I mentioned, and what we see increasingly happen, organized criminal groups are taking advantage of different jurisdictions. They know that the different jurisdictions find it difficult to exchange information. So if and where they can, they organize themselves in different countries and know that that increases their chances of being able to do their criminal activities without getting interdicted. And so that cooperation is only going to be more essential. And it's built in the system that we have. There are natural barriers between countries. They're physical, there are language barriers, there's a lack of interoperability of systems and mechanisms. And all of those we need to work on to make sure that we reduce that space that criminal organizations are currently exploiting for what they do. And regional organizations, international organizations are uniquely positioned in facilitating that. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very difficult but very pertinent question in the beginning. So I think existing cooperation mechanisms, are they enough or not? It's a big question. I think mechanisms as such are very much enough, but we can cooperate better. So I think this is conclusion from my side. But in reality, if armed conflicts happens, for example, between two states, it is very difficult to cooperate with each other once a conflict happens. So that's why they need a neutral organization such as ICRC. So our job is to stand in between and then to connect two parties to get more confidence and the mutual respect for IHL. But as I mentioned in my presentation, so I think mechanisms as such, we have several mechanisms, bilateral mechanisms and multilateral mechanisms, but the point is how we can cooperate better, how we can use those mechanisms. So sometimes the parties to armed conflicts need the third party, such as ICRC. So this is my answer. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you. I would like to just add that in many ways, cooperation is developed not because of very many formal processes at senior levels of a government or 2 or 3 governments, but it has started in universities, in think tanks, in military headquarters, and then ended up forming organizations, and that is how they have gathered traction. I do understand that at times there is a feeling that there's a lot of talk and not much walk. But actually I would say that there has been a lot of walk. And there has been talk which has, resulted in some amount of walk. Is that situation perfect? No. Because as we are talking about, challenges to come, we need to talk and walk a lot more together. For instance, even the Quad, the beginnings were the tsunami. It happened in a very informal way of a few countries picking up the phone and talking to each other to say, what can we do? 2 or 3 countries are really devastated. And it began as a very low-level cooperation between 4 navies. Then it became 4 armed forces, which again, started talking to armed forces headquarters of various other countries, including Indonesia, Thailand. India itself had a lot of devastation because of the tsunami. And a few years later, the Quad developed in its own way. But the term security in the Quad security dialogue is about human security. It should not really be, emphasized that it's about military security. It probably doesn't require, to go there. And therefore, the human security that the Quad provides, or the human security that various organizations and sub-organizations within the ASEAN provide to citizens in ASEAN member states, is something that we need to understand and feel satisfied about. There is always room for improvement, though.
Thank you so much. Now I think we have about 35 minutes for Q&A. I'd like to invite questions, comments from the audience. Maybe I'll take two for the first. Okay, there are 3 hands up. So the first one here, and then the gentleman at the middle, at the back, and then one at the very far end. I see your hand. Can I go to you in the next session, please?
Thank you.
If you could please introduce yourself and to whom your question is addressed.
My name is Jovan. I'm from Universitas Indonesia. I have 2 questions here. The first is addressed to the UNODC and the International Red Cross. And the second is especially to the UNODC. The first question is, as transnational organized crime network grow more sophisticated, leading to an arms race, in a sense, with law enforcement, how does the UNODC and the International Red Cross recommend on preventing the escalation through international collaboration? What strategies can be developed to strengthen cross-border cooperation between states to ensure that the response towards transnational organized crime are effective without fostering militarization or overly aggressive tactics, thus reducing the risk of an arms race while also respecting the international law, especially in regards to the international IHL or international humanitarian law? And the second, especially to the UNODC, given the United Nations general opposition to the capital punishment, how does the UNODC reconcile its efforts to combat transnational organized crime, like drug trafficking or human trafficking, with the continued use of capital punishments by some member states? And what are the UNODC stance on whether such extreme punitive measures align with international human rights standards and the broader goals of criminal justice reform, considering the significant threat posed by this transnational organized crime, especially to middle to low income states, where states may lack the capacity and capability to implement less severe approaches? Thank you.
Thank you. The second question, I think, is from the middle. There was a hand up. Okay, Ibu Susi, you can go.
You know this.
It is Ibu Susi, right? I can.
Yes, that's true. Thank you. I'm Suzy Sudarman. I'm from Universitas Indonesia. I have an NGO that does protect isolated tribes in Indonesia. I think what we're talking about at this level is too formal. I'm more concerned with how do you help these isolated tribes in weak states, because they become victims of any development that occurs, like mining, like the new capital and that sort of stuff. So I'm thinking of how do you do empowerment to these isolated tribes so they can become watchers of criminal acts, which is part of the UN assignment. And I don't see from this conversation that these sort of empowerment is happening. So maybe someone can address this, because it's part of security complex also, but it's not being addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Last one is from, yes. Can I have a microphone over at the back? Yes.
Test. Okay. Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Kim. I'm an alumni from Universitas Pelita Harapan. Pardon me, I have 2 interrelated questions, so I will try my best to be as straightforward as possible. The first one is for Mr. Eric. I noticed that UNODC is also very active at the Mekong area in Indochina. That's the area where Golden Triangle is located. And now, one of the sides of the triangle, Myanmar, is in an active conflict. So my question to you is, what's the effect of the ongoing conflict in Myanmar towards the maritime transnational crime in Southeast Asia? How can we, Indonesia, prepare for it? Because I rarely heard about it until now. And speaking about Myanmar, my second question is for Mr. Masayoshi. Myanmar took the world by surprise by the sheer violence. Before Myanmar is finished, we were surprised then by Ukrainian war, or the special military operation. And then we were surprised again by the war in Gaza. And now as I speak, in Lebanon. In all those four instances, we have international humanitarian law being ignored, at worst violated. So my question to you is, in the future, how would you make it relevant when there's no one, when it seems like there's almost, it's very difficult for you to enforce that law? Who is going to punish, let's say, Israel or Russia or Myanmar government? What happens if there's another war appearing? Who knows? Time will tell. So those are my two questions. The effect of Myanmar conflict towards crime in Southeast Asia, and the future of IHL, now that we have seen it from conflict to conflict being ignored, violated, and in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll get back to the speakers first before I open the next batch of questions. Mr. Van der Veen, there's quite a lot of questions addressed to you, so why don't you start?
Thank you very much. These are all highly... I'm just assuming it will turn on automatically. Yes, it did. Very interesting questions. Thank you very much. Let me start with the second question of the first speaker in relation to capital punishment. Let me say that at the UN, we're a member states-driven organization, so the principles, the legal base, the legal foundations, the normative work that we do is always based on what the member states collectively have agreed to. So there are certain countries in the world that apply capital punishment, and the UN doesn't have a position on that. That is very much depends on the member states, what their decisions are. We do have a number of other norms and standards, which we call crime prevention and criminal justice standards, that all member states have agreed on, and that are part and parcel of the sort of the technical cooperation work that we do, and that ranges from access to justice to minimum standards for prisoners, and there is a whole host of these norms and standards that give a lot of sort of consistency and establish a standard in the crime prevention and criminal justice space that member states can rely on, and that we base our cooperation with them on. So going to your first question on the risk of an arms race. That I would say in practice really depends on what the relative power or influence is of authorities versus crime groups. Where we come from, we would always respond to specific requests from member states. So if there are areas that we, as the UN, can support a member state in this area, which within the parameters of our mandates, then we would certainly always consider doing that. So when it comes to arms trafficking specifically, we provide a lot of technical assistance on registering arms, having databases where registration numbers are logged, and also providing sort of forensic capacity training when it comes to arms. Because in a lot of contexts, you find that arms are not registered, do not have a serial number, and then it becomes much more difficult to control that. If I then may go to the question of the third speaker on Golden Triangle and what the effects are of the situation in Myanmar on Indonesia, I would want to refer you to a number of research products that our regional office in Bangkok has come out with. In particular, the ones on drug trafficking. So there is the synthetic drugs. There is also an issue with opium, and UNODC does surveys on the cultivation of opium poppy, and there is a recent report on this, on opium cultivation poppy in Myanmar, from which sort of conclusions may be drawn about what the effects could be more regionally. And then there's a report that we came out with in January on scam centers, which I would consider recommended reading, and speaks about how scam centers serve as sort of hubs for organized crime, which is also becoming an increasing issue. And if I may quickly answer the question of the second speaker, when it comes to the empowerment of certain populations, probably that is a topic that is a little less highlighted in a forum like this. But if I look at what my colleagues do within the UN system more widely, there is a tremendous amount of work going on there. So maybe that is a conversation that we can follow up on later. Thank you very much. You have one.
Thank you very much once again for the questions. So the first question, I understand how we can prevent the escalation of the situation. To be very honest, maybe I will discourage you, but this is not the mandate of the ICRC, because the ICRC's job is to prevent and then mitigate humanitarian consequences. Unfortunately, we cannot stop the war, and we cannot de-escalate the situation of geopolitical tensions. So this is something political, this is something politicized, so this is not something humanitarian. For the ICRC, we purely focus on addressing humanitarian issues. However, respect for IHL. If you respect IHL appropriately, you can probably de-escalate the situation further. Because if you respect IHL, implement IHL appropriately, we could have less human casualties. And it would be easier to get recovered to the peaceful situation. But if you don't respect IHL, to have parties to armed conflicts to discuss how they can go back to peace. So once again, this is unfortunately not ICRC's capacity, because we need to be neutral, and then we need to continue our humanitarian work. So in a sense, ICRC is very realistic. A war can happen anytime, anywhere, but the ICRC just address humanitarian consequences, if any. So this is my answer for the first question. Second question concerning empowerment for people. Let me answer a bit differently from humanitarian perspective again. So respect for IHL is not something happening between or amongst states, because eventually if war happens, civilians should pay high price. So even civilians can be mobilized to better understand IHL, what the law says if armed conflict happens. So it is a similar situation to natural disaster, because probably you want to get trained how you can mitigate your risks by yourself. This is the same story for armed conflicts. So that's why the ICRC talked with not only with state parties, but also civil society and communities. And this is also called community-based protection. So IHL is not something only for state parties, but also all people, civilians, villagers, everyone, literally. Very important for them to understand IHL. And then the third question about Myanmar. Before coming to Jakarta, I was working in Rakhine State in Myanmar and doing protection activities of the ICRC. So your question is particularly about alleged violations of IHL, how we should address violations of IHL. Once again, this is beyond ICRC's capacity because our job is to provide humanitarian protection and assistance. But punishing alleged war crimes or other types of violations of IHL, that can be dealt with by other organizations such as International Criminal Code. And then, interestingly enough, the ICRC has special agreement with the ICC. The ICRC has special exemption not to be called up by International Criminal Code to witness before the court because we have very sensitive information. Of course, we know what's going on in the field, but unfortunately, we cannot share this sensitive information, not only because of privacy, but also our neutrality. Again, we are not in a position to judge what is right, what is wrong. So I think I covered almost all questions, I hope.
Thank you. Related to what Dr. Sudarman asked, this is with relation to, let's say, the experience we've had to some extent in India in coastal communities with respect to the impact of climate change, with respect to crime, drugs, and other social issues. 2 or 3 things have happened over the years as I see. One is that the Coast Guard and the Indian Navy have created a lot of educational awareness in the coastal communities against many of these things. But secondly, because of all that is said in the media, there is now greater awareness amongst very marginal fishing communities in the coastal areas of India about the impact of climate change. And they can speak with a surprising amount of sophistication about what they are experiencing as a result of degradation, as a result of IUU, what is happening to their traditional ways. Now, it's not that they don't want to improve or they don't want their traditional fishing methods to have better productivity, but it is just that the challenge of more organized groups from elsewhere that are coming in, that are creating these problems. And the third thing where we can take heart, I think, in many ways, is that the women folk in many of these coastal communities and even hinterland communities are getting more active, more aware, and creating pressures on local governments to do something about it. And local governments are creating pressures on central and state governments to be able to do something about it. So I'm personally optimistic that communities are actually activating to a much greater extent than seen earlier. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll open the next round of questions. So the one that was raised at the far end, do you still want to ask the question? Yes, so can I get a microphone over there? And one at the front here. Is there one more? Yes, over there. So we'll begin with that.
Thank you, moderator, for checking my question. My name is Victor, and I am a lawyer. My question directed to Mr. Eric. Mr. Eric, what challenges perhaps UNODC face in the region that cannot be contained anytime soon? And second, for Mr. Yamayoshi, who in charge to make IHL can be respected by many countries? Who can make it? And my last question to Mr. Admiral Sudarsan, can security issues in the water be overcome by only talks and other cybersecurity can be contained also by using advanced and cutting-edge technology like generative AI? Thank you.
The next one, can I get a microphone up the front here? Microphone is coming to you.
Deputy Commander-in-Chief on Russian Navy, Vice Admiral Vladimir Воробьев. My question is for Mr. Van der Weyen. Далее продолжу на русском. Суть вопроса. Наши российские основополагающие документы в отдельный вопрос выделяют борьбу с пиратством. И в борьбе с пиратством имеется богатый опыт у нашего военно-морского флота. Вместе с тем есть проблема, что делать с задержанными пиратами. И суть вопроса, каким образом вести криминальное преследование задержанных пиратов и что по этому поводу думает Организация Объединенных Наций.
So my question is, you concerned a really important question, combating piracy, and Russian Navy actually has quite a wide experience in this domain, but there is one significant issue. It relates to the fact that sometimes it lacks some actual legal procedures on prosecuting pirates. So what can we do with those we have caught? Thank you.
Thank you. The last one from over here, yes. Can I get a microphone?
Good afternoon. My name is Widi Anantya from Gajah Mada University. So I want to ask about the growing interest in the deep sea mining. We see that there is a lot of interest from Russia or even the US to get in these operations. So I want to ask from Admiral Srikande. So what do you see the key challenge in the geopolitics in the Indo-Pacific region about the race for the deep sea mining? Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the questions. Maybe now I'll start with Rear Admiral Srikande.
Thank you. First, let me see if I can respond to the question on cybersecurity. I think states will have to cooperate much more deeply on combining cybersecurity issues. And that we see that to be happening in ASEAN, in the Pacific Island Forum, and in the Quad itself. There's a lot of work going on in cooperative cybersecurity. There will be some challenges in terms of intellectual property, in terms of developing counter cyber and cyber defenses, but I think those can be addressed through discussions and through technical negotiations. In terms of artificial intelligence, I mean, artificial intelligence is now sort of making inroads into almost everything we do. The danger of some of these issues is when states start supporting, the bad people, bad guys, with the benefits of artificial intelligence and with the benefits of cyber offensive. That's the real worry. And there again, such organizations are setting up in intergovernmental and multilateral discussions where I think some solutions will be found. The problem is that this is a dynamic problem. The moment you find solutions, somebody else knows how to beat those solutions and create newer problems. But there is nothing principally new about it. This has happened in earlier technologies, and it will happen in times to come. In terms of deep sea mining, that's also a very good question. Currently, I think the inhibitors for deep sea mining are alternatives are available on land to a very large extent. There can be restrictions that are placed for geopolitical and geo-economic factors. They can be overcome again. In time, I think technology will develop where some element of deep sea mining can become cost effective in its own way. It will never be as economical or as affordable perhaps as is on land mining for various nodules. But deep sea mining will probably be a greater part of human activity in say 20 or 30 years from now. I mean, we are talking about
getting minerals and rare earths from the moon, perhaps. So this will happen, but it has to become cost effective. It is not as if I can give you an example of offshore, oil and petroleum. It was known geologically that there are oil deposits on the sea floor which can be exploited. But till about the 1940s and 1950s, the very basics of some of that technology were not available easily, and there were alternatives that were more cost effective. As the demand increased, oil drilling at sea, offshore oil fields also developed in that way. And they created maritime challenges, as we all know. So deep sea mining is something that might happen to greater extents, but as of now, it is still, technology demonstrations that are going on about that. Thank you.
Mr. Mita?
Okay. From my side, the question about IHL, so who can be responsible to respect and implement IHL? So once again, I would say it is primarily states, and more precisely, the all parties to armed conflicts. But in reality, if you look at a specific conflict, for example, if it is non-international armed conflicts, it is also non-state armed oppositions who are also responsible for IHL respect. And then eventually all the people having the weapons, including military or militia or even armed oppositions, they are all responsible for IHL respect and implementation. And if the ICRC unfortunately witnessed the alleged violations of IHL, of course, we can take action. But this is very critical protection activities of the ICRC. So if it happens, we never mention this is violations, but we usually mention this is allegation or reported violations of IHL, because once again, we are not in a position to say this is right or wrong. So we just collect information from the victims, and then we try to have a dialogue with the people allegedly responsible for that action or violations, alleged violations. Then we try to have a conversation based on IHL, what is written in Geneva Conventions. So this is how we try to make sure the same or similar violations never be repeated in the future. I know it takes a lot of time, a lot of efforts, but unfortunately this is the only way for the ICRC to try to convince both state side and also non-state side as well to better implement IHL. So once again, it is quite limited for the ICRC to deal with the violations, but this is the core protection activities of the ICRC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me start with the question from the Russian delegation. So the way I understood it is that you have a lot of experience with sea piracy. You have managed to catch some, but there are sort of legal procedures that are in the way of being able to effectively prosecute them. Now, if these hurdles that you encounter are related to sort of national mechanisms, procedures or laws, then the only assistance that we could provide is whether national laws are in conformity with international norms and standards. However, if the hurdles that you encounter have to do with difficulties in getting evidence and getting statements from other countries where the pirates may be from or where they conducted their criminal activity in relation to where ships may have been registered, then there are certainly networks that we can leverage and we can consult to bring you in contact with relevant counterparts in those countries where you need information from. That may still be complex, it may still take a lot of time, but within our organization we manage networks, and we are usually only 1 degree of separation removed from those stakeholders that can potentially engage in this kind of international cooperation. Now, to the question of the first speaker in this round, what I understood was if there are sort of crime types that cannot be contained in Indonesia. Apologies if this if you were referring to the maritime domain only. My answer would be, and this does not apply to Indonesia only, this applies to countries, all countries around the world, is that the new frontier of crime is cybercrime. Their technology is moving so very quickly. There are so many different countries involved in any type of criminal activity, that here international cooperation is an absolute must, and not just that countries communicate with each other. There is also a necessity to do it very, very quickly. So that is a challenge that in varying degrees all countries around the world will in our view, will have to confront more and more, and this can also take place in the maritime space as well as outside. Thank you.
Thank you. We still have about 7 minutes, so maybe if there's still any questions. Okay, if not, then maybe I'll ask all our three speakers to just give maybe 1 minute, your key takeaways from the session, or some very important recommendations you want to say, because we are talking about, we are looking ahead, projecting the future of maritime security challenges. So maybe a very brief 1 or 2 minute remark. Maybe I'll start with you again, Mr. van der Veen.
Thank you. In closing, we realize that we say that international cooperation is important to address many of the challenges that we are discussing here. At the same time, it is not easy to do. We at the UN are uniquely positioned to facilitate that. So if you feel, as a representative from a government at least, that you need international cooperation to move your investigations or prosecutions in relation to organized crime forward, please let us connect and see if we can cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you. So eventually, why an armed conflict happens? It is probably because of lack of trust with each other. So today, all of us now talking with each other, exchanging with each other, this is the very first step to create peace. So this is how we can only prevent armed conflicts from happening in the future. So once again, yes, IHL is very beautiful, but then it's up to you how to implement IHL. And always the most fundamental thing under IHL is the trust amongst the parties concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you. In fact, I was going to highlight trust, and you've already done that, so thanks for that. But the other aspect is, other than say trust, and trust some more, is also cooperate, and cooperate some more. None of them will be without challenges. The very fact of human nature, the nature of states is to have question marks, is to have, other motivations, other challenges. So none of these situations will be perfect, but we have to live with imperfections and find, reasonably good solutions within the imperfect world in which we live. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, we've been talking for, I think, more than 1.5 hours, but, trying to project the future, it seems that, it is going to be a much more complex future, taking into account the newer maritime security challenges, the risks, the threats. It's going to be a very complex future. But, for the sake of being optimistic, of course, you said, trust and cooperation is always a big homework to be done, but that means there is a way to try to overcome some of the challenges. So thank you to all the three speakers for this excellent session, and thank you again to all the participants, those of you who asked questions and enrich our discussion. Thank you so much again. So if you could join me to give a round of applause to our speakers and also to everyone here. Thank you so much. And I will hand back to the MC.
A very insightful session we had about projecting future challenges in maritime security. To Dr. Zafia and all the speakers, please remain on stage to receive the token of appreciation that will be given by the Interim Governor of National Resilience Institute, Lieutenant General Eko Markiono. All right, now we are going to have the group photo session. Okay, on position and on my count in 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time with your best smile. 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you so much for our amazing moderator and speaker for this fourth plenary session of Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024. A very insightful session that we had about projecting future challenges in maritime security. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will witness the traditional dance and music performance. Because we had finished all the plenary session of Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024, now it's time for us to relax and sit back for a while. We will see this special traditional dance that come from Jakarta, the capital city of Indonesia. This dance is called Jakarta Kota Global Sejuta Pesona Dance. This dance describes about the excitement of the city of Jakarta and the joy of youth that being expressed in movement combined with magnificent creative music that adds to the brilliance of Jakarta city. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jakarta Kota Global Sejuta Pesona Dance.
Jakarta Global, Kota Sejuta Pesona.
big round of applause for Jakarta, Kota Global Sejuta Pesona Dance. A very beautiful modern traditional dance. Thank you so much, beautiful ladies. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to summarize all the points that we had in our plenary sessions before, I would like to invite Professor Dadan Umar Daihani to come up to the stage to give the summary. Professor Dadan, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully, we still on fire until the end of this event. Pak PLT, izin saya membacakan summary dan final note dari Jakarta Geopolitical Forum tahun ini. Ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded the forum, and it is our duty to offer a few final thoughts. However, it is also a privilege and an honor to be assigned such a responsibility at the gathering of such distinguished professionals from the discipline of government, academia, expertise, and the media. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2017, the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum was established with the objective of facilitating the exchange of ideas and experiences among geopoliticians, professionals, and academics regarding geopolitics in a dynamic world. As a geopolitical studies institution, the National Resilience Institute, or Lemhanas, Lembaga Ketahanan Nasional RI, aims to bring together defense officials, think tank, maritime industry sector, academic and professional to exchange perspective and experiences on geopolitics in changing world. Partnering with the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment, Kementerian Koordinator Bidang Kemaritiman dan Investasi, to co-host the 8th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024 with the topic addressing Geo-Maritime Resilience Challenges in the Indo-Pacific. This forum focused on addressing critical issues and exploring ideas related to the geopolitics and maritime resilience in the Indo-Pacific region. Discussion has been centered how we can respond to the increasing competition between countries in exploiting maritime resources, connectivity, security, and safety, including the protection of maritime line of communication, maritime domain awareness, and upholding the supremacy of law at sea as outlined in the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS. In addition, the forum will discuss the need to protect the global environment and consider future geopolitical trends from a geo-maritime perspective. The following key ideas has been discussed. The first strategic issues, the interesting and important issues, is geopolitics and maritime rule of government in the region. From this session, we have the remark. Firstly, the Indo-Pacific region has a strategic importance due to its potential. It plays a crucial role in global trade due to its strategic location. Moreover, it has abundant biodiversity and support a diverse maritime economy, such as shipping, fisheries, and tourism. The Indo-Pacific region is facing maritime challenges that are multidimensional and interconnected. Thus, addressing these challenges necessitated integrated and cross-sectoral approach by all ASEAN state members.
A whole-of-government approach is seen as a critical to implement at the national level with a whole-of-community approach coordinating across pillars in crucial at the region level. ASEAN advocates for comprehensive cooperation across government agencies to address issues like transnational crime, IUU fishing, and environmental degradation, and also sees the need to break down silo between specialized agencies and foster integrated cross-sectoral coordination. The forum agreed that the fully utilize the vast maritime resources on the Indo-Pacific region, all stakeholders must prioritize cooperation and strive to avoid unnecessary tension. Second point, regarding its role in implementing a whole-of-government approach in the Indo-Pacific region, ASEAN provides forums like the ASEAN Maritime Forum, AMF, and ASEAN Maritime Outlook, AMO, to align efforts of different agencies and stakeholders, ASEAN and stakeholders. ASEAN also facilitates dialogue among member states and external partners to address maritime security and manage geopolitical tension, as well as upholding the importance of adhering the UNCLOS and international law for peaceful dispute resolution and rule-based maritime order. The geopolitical theater in between the Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean has attracted other regions to actively engage in economic cooperation as well as security and political interests because of the interdependence on maritime logistics and supply chains. Tension in the Indo-Pacific region as hotspot will have a significant impact on the interests of countries globally, including the economy, security, and other interests of another region such as EU member states. Therefore, it is critical for both the EU and the Indo-Pacific region to enhance engagement through cooperation, not confrontation. Both countries are similar in terms of both are committed to promoting dialogue, cooperation, and partnership in green transition, connectivity, security and defense, and human security to address non-traditional threat in maritime affairs. In a difficult world full of challenges, we need the middle power to exercise agency to work these global interconnected challenges through implementing a whole-of-government or even a whole-of-nation approach, since it is not a job only for a particular agency or department. In addition, middle power have to internally increase their impact and enhance the implementation of a whole-of-government approach and work together amidst the competition among the great power and the problem we are facing in the Indo-Pacific region. Partnership and cooperation make us all stronger. To implement a whole-of-government or a whole-of-nation approach, it is crucial to consider 4 E's, which are a clear whole-of-government strategy, structure of communication, staff with cross-cultural ability to communicate with people from different agencies of area, and connection and reaching of the last S is society. The second strategic issues has been discussed in the seminar is strategic partnership for sustainable maritime industry. In this session, we discuss and we have certain points. Firstly, the Indo-Pacific region requires an operational coordination and communication platform or mechanism that strengthen interagency collaboration at both national and regional level to address maritime industry disruption and supply chain challenges at sea. This platform consolidated various stakeholders into a single platform for real-time collaboration to address common security challenges. The second point is there are 3 disruptions affecting the maritime industry, namely environmental, social, and governance.
Environmental disruption come from the effect of climate change. Social disruption is associated with high budget on innovation and research and major accident that can happen anytime at sea. Meanwhile, governance disruption involves cyber attacks resulting from the massive use of digital technology in shipping and marine logistics services. Advanced technology have significantly transformed the maritime industry by improving efficiency and security through the deployment of sophisticated surveillance systems such as drone and satellite. Additionally, the integration of artificial intelligence, big data analysis, machine learning, unmanned system, and real-time data sharing framework has greatly enhanced maritime domain awareness and operational efficiency. Despite this technological advancement, the industry continues to face complex challenges such as piracy, terrorism, illegal trafficking, and geopolitical competition. These issues persist not due to a lack of resources or surveillance capabilities, but rather because of fragmented command structure and limited interagency coordination. This situation highlights the critical need for stronger strategic partnership and improved collaboration to foster a more sustainable, coordinated, and sequenced maritime industry. Another point that we have is there is an antiquated notion that the environment will devastate and deteriorate in order to achieve prosperity. Nevertheless, the maritime industry sector can make a significant contribution to development of sustainable industry by demonstrating a steadfast dedication to positively impacting society and alleviating the effect of global warming by achieving decarbonization target. Technological advancement and innovation are the primary determinant in the maritime industry, adoption of sustainability practices to protect marine ecosystem. The advancement of green fuel and their application in ship engine represent an inventive utilization of technology. Through it does not imply the endeavor will be straightforward. Failure, error, and various obstacles will occur in the setup. Nonetheless, industry must prioritize their research and development in this area. The third strategic and important and interesting issues is maritime security and challenges in the region. In this session, we have a certain point. Firstly, the Indo-Pacific region faces challenges including man-made threats such as terrorism, marine pollution, and maritime crime, natural threats like cyclone and tsunami, and combined threats such as climate change and ocean acidification. To address these challenges, it is essential to promote stability, prosperity, and collaboration in the region by prioritizing dialogue, adhering to international law, and upholding a democratic rule-based international order where all nations can prosper as equal sovereign entities. The second point, the maritime security policy and doctrine of the state that have been delivered today stress the importance of achieving their national interests at sea, particularly in the maritime connection and supply chain routes that are susceptible to maritime terrorism and threat. This serves as an indication that the security and safety of their supply chain route are shared concern for the majority of states in the Indo-Pacific region. This can serve as a catalyst or common cause for the establishment of strategic cooperation to maintain order at sea. The third point is Indonesia's Global Maritime Fulcrum or GMF policy introduced by President Jokowi in 2014 reflect Indonesia's role and identify as maritime country by focusing on five pillars, namely management of our maritime culture,
maritime resource management, maritime infrastructure, and connectivity development, maritime diplomacy, and maritime defense. Indonesia recognizes the interconnectedness of maritime security. Through the JMF policy, Indonesia is committed to actively enhancing maritime security, blue economy, and environment, as well as its leadership role in the region through establishing partnership, promoting dialogue and cooperation, engaging in confidence-building measures, and strengthening law enforcement capability, conducting joint exercise with partners. And the last session, the last issue strategic that we have discussed in this forum is projecting future challenge in maritime security. The first point that we have, with the maritime industry reliance on digital system, criminal involved in maritime transnational organized crime are likely to exploit cybersecurity vulnerability in port, shipping company, and vessel. Moreover, fragmented command and communication capabilities across maritime law enforcement agencies in the region, increasingly complex environmental legislation, and legal jurisdiction pose challenges with dealing with multinational criminal operation. To address these evolving challenges, it is critical promoting investment regional cooperation and multinational initiatives, such as Maritime Law Enforcement Dialogue, MLID, promoting investment in advanced surveillance and technology, conducting continuous capacity building, and training on the latest investigative technique for law enforcement agency, developing regional legal framework that harmonize maritime law across the region, enhancing maritime law across the region, enhancing global supply chain, and establishing public-private partnership. And the last point is, in time of war, it is crucial to ensure that use of warfare technology remain respectful of international humanitarian law and does not violate human rights. Therefore, it is necessary for all states to share their view to build trust among them, with the aim of strengthening international cooperation and mutual understanding, ultimately fostering peace and stability in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we come to the end of the journey of the 8th Jakarta Geopolitical. One of the purposes of this forum, as well all know, is to stimulate contact between professional and academic. But it is also important to remember that the finding of this forum will be employed as input the policymaking process. From this forum, ladies and gentlemen, we found 3 key concepts emerge, which we refer to as the 3 big A. The first A stands for ethics, the second for environment, and the third for economy. We must work to build an economy that promotes human well-being without harming the environment, and ensure that all actions are grounded in a global ethic of life. The linkage of the 4 strategic issues on the 2 days conference on the Geo-Maritime resilience that we've been through can be reflected on the 3 keywords above: ethics, environment, and economic. The implementation of maritime rule of government indicate an ethic of collaboration in a framework of a region as a community to address transnational maritime threat and challenges that grow beyond one state capacity to tackle it alone. Maritime affairs governance need a call of action which can be initiated by the middle power state in the midst of maritime power tension in the region. Economic benefit on the maritime domain must not undermine sustainability of the environment. That is all the knowledge we have for our forum. Thank you to all distinguished speakers and moderators. Your attendance and participation have been essential and have undoubtedly contributed to the forum's success. And we would like to extend our sincere gratitude and appreciation to all those who have worked tremendously to make the forum a reality, as well as to all those who took time of their busy schedule to participate from the beginning to the end. We will see you again next year with a distinct theme. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Dadan Umar Daihani, for summarizing all the important points that we had on the plenary sessions before. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this forum is coming to an end. But before it officially ends, we're going to hear the closing remarks from the Interim Governor of National Resilience Institute, Honorable Lieutenant General Eko Markiono.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Peace be upon us. Excellencies, Head of Representative of International Agencies and Organizations, Honorable Speakers of the VIII Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, acknowledging the success of the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum, I would like to congratulate to all participants and the organizer of the conference. Also, I want to thank you to our honorable keynote speaker and all the speakers. As we come to the close of the insightful forum, it is clear that maritime security has evolved from beyond the traditional concept of sea power and legal frameworks. Today's discussion has highlighted the growing complexity of the maritime domain, shaped by factors such as globalization, climate change, economic interdependence, and technological advances. We have heard from distinguished experts about the addressing geo-maritime resilience challenges in the Indo-Pacific, geopolitics and maritime whole of government in the region, strategic partnership for sustainable maritime industry, maritime security and challenges in the region, projecting future challenges in maritime security. The need for resilience, collaboration, and a comprehensive approach has never been more urgent. Maritime security can no longer be managed unilaterally. It requires the cooperation of states and non-state actors, as well as the engagement of both regional and global stakeholders. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we leave this forum, let us carry with us the insight and strategies shared over these 2 days. It is now our responsibility to continue working together to strengthen the resilience of the Indo-Pacific region, promote sustainable maritime practices, and ensure that the seas remain secure and share resources for future generations. Finally, I look forward to seeing the continued collaboration and progress that we emerge from our discussion here. I wish everyone an inspiring dialogue and fruitful discussion. Safe travels, and until we meet again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the closing remarks, the Interim Governor of National Resilience Institute, Lieutenant General Eko Markiono. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and now we have come to the end of Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2024. In this session, And in this day especially, we had discussed about many things, especially about the geo-maritime resilience in Indo-Pacific, which cover regional geopolitical aspect, and of course, its impact in handling regional maritime security, sustainable maritime industry, economic and environmental aspect, as well as future maritime security challenges to maintain regional geo-maritime resilience. Thank you so much for our panelists, our speakers, and all the moderators, and thank you to you, our participants, who making today a success. On behalf of the organizer, we would like to extend our greatest thank you and appreciation for your kind attendance and participation. I'm Scholastica Sylvia signing off, and now please enjoy a very special performance from 101.
Cek, nah, kontak mic as, stop DJ ya, kontak mic DJ. Yuk, Seng bisa gak bunyi gak? Bunyi dulu Seng. Ya bunyi dulu yuk. Ya Seng, rhythm aja Seng, rhythm aja Seng. Rhythm kontak mic. Cek, cek.